26. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
This meeting is being transcribed and summarized.
The Town of Burlington will be holding the June 18th, 2026 meeting as a hybrid meeting. The governor issued an executive order on March 12th, 2020, authorizing remote meetings under General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, and extended Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, including permitting remote meetings and participation until June 30th, 2027.
As always, members of the public are welcome to attend this in-person meeting. Note that while an option for remote attendance is provided as a courtesy to the public, the meeting will not be terminated if technological problems disrupt the virtual broadcast. Those seeking to attend remotely may do so via the following. The URL for the WebEx meeting is townofburlington.webex.com. Our meeting number tonight is 2344-146-7978. And you can join us on the phone at 1-617-315-0704. If you are looking to participate online on WebEx, please raise your hand in the WebEx, and staff will send you a request to unmute at the appropriate time. We're being broadcast on BCAT. You can find that on Comcast 6, Astound 15, and Verizon 41. This meeting will be uploaded to the BCAT government YouTube page within 72 hours of broadcast.
Thank you. We have a few items being continued off our agenda tonight. May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to take items 7E, 7F, and 7G out of order for discussion purposes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, 6-0. Item 7E is a public hearing, application for approval of a site plan, 129 and 131 Middlesex Turnpike, NWP Building 34 LLC and Building 35 LLC is the applicant. Item 7F is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to Section 4.3.1.8 swimming pool of the zoning bylaws, 129 and 131 Middlesex Turnpike, NWP 34 LLC and NWP Building 35 LLC is the applicant. And item 7G is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to Section 4.3.1.19 residential garage for more than 3 automobiles, bless you, of the zoning bylaws, 129 and 131 Middlesex Turnpike, NWP 34 LLC and NWP Building 35 LLC is the applicant. Staff, could you provide a quick update?
Sure. So the current status of the project is we are still working on the traffic peer review. A peer reviewer has already been selected and kind of mutually agreed upon between us, town, and the applicant, and they are working on getting that assessment done before the next meeting. I'd also like to let the board know, members of the public, that the applicant has provided a memo with items and questions that were discussed at the last meeting. They've provided answers to those, and those are up on our website. I'm sure they will discuss them again when they come, but if you're looking for to get a head on it, those are available for everybody and the public on our website.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to continue these items to the planning board meeting of July 16th, 2026, as requested by the applicant's attorney in a letter dated June 17th, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, okay, 6-0. The next item on our agenda is public participation. If there's anyone in the audience or online who would like to speak on an item that is not on our agenda, please come forward. You will be given a maximum of 2 minutes to speak. Seeing no one, we will move on to announcements.
Yeah, we've got a fair number of announcements tonight. Tomorrow, June 19th, Town Hall will be closed in observance of the Juneteenth holiday. Cops and Cars charity car show presented by the Burlington Police Department will be Classic Cars on the Common, and that will be Saturday, June 20th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and the rain date is Sunday, June 21st. The Community Mural Project will be Saturdays, June 20th and 27th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., and that will be at 61 Center Street. Vice Chair Leroux, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yes, thank you. We actually are going to be running the community mural project every Saturday from now until August 8th, except not on July 4th. The first 4 weeks have already filled up, so if you want to participate, you need to sign up for your painting slots soon because there aren't very many left.
And where can people sign up for that?
They can sign up at burlingtonsculpturepark.org is the name of the website.
Great, thank you.
Okay? All one word.
The Library Summer Reading Kickoff Carnival will be Wednesday, June 24th from 2 to 6 p.m. There'll be food, prizes, and entertainment for all ages. Eversource will be holding a public meeting on the proposed substation project next Wednesday, June 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Grandview Farm, and we will be discussing that a bit more later on our agenda. The next Watch the World event will be Friday, June 26th at 3 p.m. for the France versus Norway match. This will be held at Common Craft at the Burlington Mall. And if you want to learn more about this event, as well as the other FIFA World Cup events being hosted here in Burlington, please go to bringmetoburlington.com/watchtheworld. On 4th of July will be observed on Friday, July 3rd, and all town offices will be closed that day. The Burlington Community Scholarship Foundation Donor Drive. If you want to learn more, please go to their website, bcsfds.dollarsforscholars.org. And the next planning board meeting that we will be having is going to be on July 16th. And lastly, both myself and member Ryan were able to go to Overlook Park yesterday to get a behind-the-scenes look of the construction that's ongoing. You remember that this board permitted them, gave them approval for a site plan around this time last year, and so it's great to see the ongoing construction. They have their first one of the play structures is up. They have kind of still a lot of work to go, but it's kind of cool to see where it is in construction, and that it will be looking great in just a few months.
All right, thank you so much. We do not have any legal notices of interests or non-approvals or administrative matters. We are going to move on to matters of appointment, but first I have a brief statement I want to read for the public. Later in this meeting, this board will be receiving a report from the Government Review Committee. One of the things that committee did in order to lay the ground for their work was they reviewed the responsibilities and authorities of all the elected and appointed boards. While the members of this board are well aware of our responsibilities, many residents may not be aware of where our authority lies. So I have a brief statement to read that will provide a high-level view of the powers of the planning board. When a commercial property owner wants to build or expand in Burlington, they come before the planning board. Our role is not to decide if they can build, but how they can build and how we can ensure the project is a good neighbor to the community. Our review is strictly technical and guided by the zoning bylaws and state laws. Our decisions, whether approvals with conditions, or denials, are grounded in the law and are not influenced by politics, sentiment, or bias. Just as homeowners have rights, commercial property owners also have rights and responsibilities under our laws. The planning board protects the rights of these property owners just as we protect the rights of homeowners. So things that are within our purview include traffic safety and access, emergency response access, adequacy of utilities and stormwater drainage, landscaping, site lighting, and pedestrian safety. Outside of our scope, there are many things. We cannot deny a project based on the type of building or the business if the use is already allowed by the zoning bylaws. Nor can we regulate interior operations, market competition, or property values. The planning board has no building code enforcement authority. While the board reviews how a project sits in the land according to the local zoning, the structural safety, interior mechanics, and active construction site enforcement fall strictly under the jurisdiction of the Inspector of Buildings and State Building Code. We apply the same rigor to small local shops as we do to large commercial developments. Enforcing the rules predictably and evenly ensures fairness and protects the town from costly legal challenges and guarantees that every applicant plays by the same rule book. The planning board does not create these regulations on the fly. We enforce the zoning bylaws that are voted on and passed by your elected town meeting members. We welcome your feedback at our public meetings on how a project might impact your neighborhood, and that helps us to ensure that Burlington grows into a safe, structured, and in a safe, structured, and vibrant way. Thank you. I hope that this applies to every proposal that comes before us, not just the ones tonight. Every proposal that we consider has to follow the same rules and regulations, and we apply the same logic to our decisions, and it is always based in the law. So, thank you. Next up on our agenda is item 7A, a continued public hearing, application for approval of a site plan, 85 Wilmington Road. Lala Kumar and Usha Gandhi are the applicants. Who is here on behalf of this item?
I am.
Please come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm going to bring my engineer, if that's okay?
Yes, is the property owner also here?
Yes, and I'll introduce them.
I would appreciate if one of the property owners could also join you at the table.
That will be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So would you like to, well, first, I'll let you introduce
Well,
everyone.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Bring the other microphone over so it'll be easier.
Oh, thank you.
Folks at home to hear.
Thank you, Jack, good idea.
Is it on?
You don't have to press.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, administrative staff. For the record, my name is Brian McGrail. I am the attorney on behalf of the property owners, Lalit Gandhi and Usha Gandhi, who own the property. They're right here in the front row. And also their son, who is their representative, is Mick Gandhi, who is very involved in the property and manages the site. This application is regarding a site plan review application for the redevelopment and expansion of their existing plaza located at 85 Wilmington Road. Joining me tonight is Nick Delacova from Allen & Major Engineering, who will present the revised site plan and discuss the evolution of the project to date. And also with us tonight is Scott Thornton of Vanessa & Associates. Scott is our traffic engineer consultant who will review the transportation and traffic-related aspects of the proposal and present those to the board. So that kind of sets the table. If I can proceed, Madam Chair, would that be okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you. As the board is aware, this project site currently contains approximately 19,600 square foot plaza that accommodates a variety of uses, including office, daycare, religious, and food service uses. The proposed redevelopment now includes an approximately 13,900 square foot expansion of that existing plaza. Since our last appearance before your board, the project team has undertaken substantial additional work and analysis. In advance of this meeting, we submitted a revised site plan, an updated stormwater management plan. We also submitted a comprehensive traffic impact study and a detailed parking analysis focused specifically on the Indian temple use located at the plaza. These submissions were prepared to address the various comments and requests raised by administrative staff through this process and other reviewing departments. And the scope of these studies include all parameters requested during that review process. So, for example, the police department through administrative staff had an opportunity to request specific intersections that they wanted looked at, and we accommodated every request that we received from town departments through administrative staff in that regard. One significant change reflected in these revised plans is the elimination of proposed building number 2 that was in the front of the plaza. That was located up front. Following discussions and the very strong recommendation of your administrative staff, the applicant decided to remove that building from the proposal, and as I mentioned, the most recently submitted plans reflect that change. We continue to work collaboratively with administrative staff in various town departments to address questions and comments that are received. Well, there remains some additional work to be completed. As part of that ongoing review process, we felt that it was appropriate to come before your board tonight to return here at this stage to present the substantial revisions that have been made to date, provide an update on the progress, and obtain, obviously, feedback and guidance from your board as we continue to refine our proposal and work cooperatively in that regard. And we continue to keep on doing so. So with that introduction, I'd like to ask if Nick Delacova can walk the board and the public through the revised site plan and highlight the changes that have been incorporated since our last meeting, and then I'll move on to Scott. I would also like to point out for the board that our surveyor has staked out the location of the proposed expansion building on the site. We would pleased to accommodate any planning board members or staff that would wish to visit the site to view it on your own time. You're welcome to be on the site whenever you want to take a look at that and walk the site in that regard. Lastly, we have retained an architect who we're working with, so we believe we'll be in a position at a future meeting to present some architectural renderings and designs to be able to give the board an idea of how this building will fit in with the existing building on the property. So thank you with that, and if I may, Madam Chair, could I hand it over to Nick?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Again, for the record, Nick Delacava, professional engineer and principal at Allen & Major Associates. And as Brian mentioned, we've heard and listened to the comments and concerns from the board, the staff, and the public, and appreciate those comments. And we're here tonight to go through some of the updates to the design that we've made since the last meeting in April. I'll be focusing on zoning and parking, access and circulation, drainage and utilities, and then landscape and lighting before I hand it off to Scott to go over the traffic report. Starting with zoning, the most notable change to the development is the removal of Building 2 along Wilmington Road. The size and location of Building 1 remains unchanged, and the development maintains zoning conformance throughout the site. The existing and proposed anticipated uses on the site include restaurants, retail, personal service, convenience store, daycare, an existing Hindu temple, and office space. The minimum parking required based on these uses is approximately 105 spaces, though this is still being coordinated with planning staff and will be discussed in more detail shortly during the traffic presentation. There are 140 parking spaces shown to maximize parking on the site. This provides an additional 23 spaces compared to the original design. By removing Building 2, we were able to reconfigure the parking stalls and relocate the driveway entrance further to the east, away from Prouty Road. The entrance is now aligned with the two-way drive aisle along the front of the existing building, with stop controls provided at the entrance to allow vehicles to safely maneuver into the site and prevent queuing of vehicles in Wilmington Road. Two-way circulation is provided around the perimeter of the parking lot, with two one-way drive aisles in opposite directions at the center. The secondary access driveway will be used for service vehicles only and will include wayfinding signage to deter pedestrian vehicles from using this as access to the plaza. Trash collection will continue to be serviced at the rear of the property on the existing building and include weekly pickups. This includes 4 existing dumpster pads that will be fitted with fenced enclosures for additional screening. Future tenants inside Building 1 will access this area from a new walkway behind the building along Prouty Road. We've also relocated 14 bike racks further away from Wilmington Road. They're positioned right next to the southern corner of Building 1. The existing monument sign will be relocated to the proposed landscape island at the main entrance of the site. The existing sidewalk along Wilmington Road will be removed and replaced from the intersection of Prouty Road along the frontage of our property with 4 new ADA compliant curb transition ramps and crosswalks to promote accessibility to and from the site. If we can go to sheet C103, the next sheet, please. This is our grading and drainage plan. The stormwater management system is generally consistent with the previous design. We have made minor updates to align with the new layout of the site. The system is designed to meet all state and local requirements, including peak rate and volume attenuation, water quality, and groundwater recharge.
Grading and drainage.
This is achieved by removing all the existing stormwater infrastructure on within the parking lot and installing deep sump hooded catch basins and water quality units for enhanced oil and sediment removal, as well as a large underground infiltration system below the parking lot. The system is designed to promote groundwater recharge and phosphorus removal. The system consists of 207 Caltech chambers. These are plastic chambers. They're surrounded by stone, wrapped in fabric below the pavement. The system has a storage volume of approximately 14,000 cubic feet, which equates to about 104,000 gallons, for those of you not familiar with cubic feet. If we can go to the next sheet, please, the utility plan. All the utility services for Building 1 will be provided off of Prouty Road as previously designed. There's a single hydrant proposed at this northwest corner of the existing and proposed building. This hydrant is strategically located within 100 feet of both the existing and the proposed fire department connection. That was done in coordination with some feedback that we received from the fire department. We've also been coordinating with the fire department earlier this week, and they advised that they'd like to see a second hydrant added near the main entrance for additional coverage of the plaza. That's not reflected on this current set of plans, but we will be adding that into a revised plan set that will be reviewed and approved by the fire department. If we can fast forward to the lighting plan, please, sheet C106, I think it's 2 ahead.
Yep.
Site lighting will consist of a single pole-mounted fixture located near the center of the parking lot, supplemented by wall-mounted fixtures along the rear Building 1 to provide maintenance and service access lighting to the dumpster areas out back. All proposed fixtures will be dark sky compliant luminaires designed to direct light downward and minimize light spill outside the property. The applicant is committed to an updated lighting schedule and is proposing to have lights turn on at dusk and off at 12 a.m. If we could go to sheet L101, the landscape plan, please. Thank you. The existing tree buffer along Prouty Road is pretty thick today. It's going to be enhanced with additional native vegetation, including 24 arborvitaes and 3 ornamental trees. There are 3 existing large trees at the closer to the corner of the intersection of Prouty and Wilmington Road that will be saved and kept under proposed conditions. The final placement of these plantings will be coordinated by our landscape architect and the owner during construction to optimize screening of the proposed building. So we'll be coordinating the exact placement of those trees with some of the existing vegetation that's out there today. There will also be new plantings provided within the landscaped islands along Wilmington Road, including 3 deciduous trees, 2 ornamental trees, and 56 salt-tolerant shrubs and grasses. These islands will also continue to be reused for snow storage areas and are anticipated to accommodate a snowfall depth of approximately 12 to 18 inches of snowfall across the parking lot. In the event accumulated snow becomes a hazard to daily operations to the site, it will be removed and properly disposed in accordance with both state and local requirements. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. I will hand it off to, sorry, yep.
I'm just thinking, there's so much to talk about and absorb. I thought it might make sense for us to first discuss what you
That's-
presented and ask questions, and then have the traffic engineer come forward. Does that make sense? We can sort of
That's
take it in
perfectly fine with us,
bite-sized
yes.
pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before I hand it over to my fellow board members for questions, I did want to acknowledge that significant work has been done on the play area in the back of the building, and we appreciate that. It is much better, and I was very happy to see that. Thank you for that. All right, there's a lot to talk about. Why don't we, does anybody want to start, or do you want me to just name somebody? Who wants to jump in first?
Look, Greg, I can tell.
Greg looks ready, go for it,
Greg is
Greg.
ready
Thank you for the changes that you've made.
so far.
I am probably the most business-friendly member of this board. And to start with, I was an absolute no on that one out parcel. From a business perspective, right? And I know that we try to plant trees wherever we can and replace trees. You also have to take into consideration the tenants that are there. And I know you want to put deciduous trees in front on the Wilmington Road entrance, but is that going to negatively impact the businesses that are there? That was my first question, just right off the top on the trees. The other question that I have is when I went to the walkthrough, and I understand it's within the guidelines, but the front corner of Building 1 that faces Wilmington Road, turning off of Prouty Road on that, from there, is a challenge. Personally, I think it's too close to Wilmington Road, that front section of Building 1. And I don't know if there's anything you can do with it. That's my first take on it. And then the other aspect of the in and out, do you have on the egress, is there a place for two cars to be side by side to get out, one going left, one going right on the Wilmington Road?
Currently, it's a 1 lane in, 1 lane out.
Currently, it's 1 lane in, 1 lane out. Okay. That was off the bat.
Would you like them to consider making that 2 lanes out?
I mean, if they make it 2 lanes out, you can actually make, like, it 2 lanes in? 2 lane, you don't necessarily need.
I think it'd be
two lanes.
You
helpful.
don't need 2 lanes in. I
Good
think
topic when we get into traffic. I'm sure
Okay.
Scott would be able to weigh in.
Okay, all right. we can-
Yeah, because I've
If
got
there's a
questions
need.
about the traffic. That's-
Yeah, that we will definitely do.
Is there a specific type of tree you'd be looking for along the frontage?
I think the bushes are fine, right? The bushes are fine. It's just that, all of your tenants are signing leases with a certain dollar amount, with a certain expectation of the business. They've all spent money on signs. And I mentioned this earlier today in the economic development meeting, is signs are great employees. They work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they don't call in sick. So to put trees in front of them that are going to now reduce their efficiency doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'd like to see a different, bless you. You didn't get that from me. That's kind of how I'm looking at it from a business owner, one of your lessees perspective, sitting in that plaza.
Sure, certainly, yeah. We'll definitely take a closer look at that.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask, just for clarification.
Yes.
Ms. Ryan, are you concerned with the building from a site distance perspective? Is that,
Yeah,
is that the concern?
The sight lines, trying to take a left onto Wilmington Road from Prouty, it's just too close.
Okay.
That's because I was standing there looking at it, and it's just too close.
Okay, so
And,
Scott will be able to address that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the whole aspect of the corner issue, right? Because there's 2 setbacks, and I live over on Donald Road, and I take a left onto Mill Street every day when I go to work. And there's a house that's on the corner of Donald Road, on Skilton Lane, on the corner of Mill Street and Skilton Lane. They're on. The address is on Skilton Lane, so therefore the side of the house, the address is on Mill Street. Therefore, the side of the house is on Skilton Lane, and they have a fence which goes too far up. And to actually take that left turn on the Mill Street, it's a challenge when you have cars coming down Mill Street. And I think you're going to run in, Mill Street and Skilton Lane are far less busy than Wilmington Road and Prouty Road. And so I think from a safety perspective, you're going to have an issue with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Jess, would you like to ask some questions?
I may have missed it because it's a lot to absorb. In terms of lighting, is that just one light pole for the entire parking lot?
Yes, yeah, it's a single light pole. It will have 6 fixtures on it, mounted at 35 feet.
Will there be lighting on the new building, on the exterior?
There will be lighting, yes, I believe we'll have lighting along the back of the building.
And the front, too.
And on the front.
And do we have an analysis for that single light pole being sufficient for lighting the parking lot?
Yeah, so the lighting plan does include a photometrics on it.
That's what I have open. It's C106.
Yeah, they always.
It does not look like the plan shows lighting along the front of the building, but we will add that in to show the photometric levels there. We were very cautious of how much light we put across this site. We heard concerns about, from the neighbors about lighting leading onto their properties and staying on all night. So that's why we're trying to implement a lighting schedule, as well as kind of only provide the necessary lighting just for safety.
No, I agree, but I mean, looking at this, you have some parking spots in corners that, and with this now feeling almost enclosed with the new building, I think I'd like to see some alternate lighting options that for sure are not being aggressive on the neighbors, but it's providing more than just minimum necessary for safety.
Okay.
Especially since this is very much in a neighborhood. Kids may be in and out, especially during summer when they have a little bit more freedom. Hopefully they're riding their bikes, walking. I just would like to see significant more thought put into lighting. Let me see here. So those dumpsters in the back, particularly the one in the back corner that is going to service the entirety of Building 1. And my understanding, although not confirmed, is that there may be restaurants in the front of Building 1, even if there is. So when the restaurant closes late at night, we're gonna meet people outside wheeling trash cans all the way down that sidewalk to the back.
That's correct.
Okay. I think, for one, I don't love that the dumpsters are located closer to homes than they are actually the businesses, and close to the wetlands. I think you're just, I live riverfront, can't wait to put that in the listing of my house. And I get to enjoy a lot of nature, a lot of wildlife, and they are ever present. And the fact that you're that close to wetlands, having the dumpsters that close to where hopefully nature is flourishing, I have concerns, as well as just the noise that's going to occur with people wheeling up and down and up and down and up and down. I'm also surprised that conservation doesn't have an issue with those dumpsters being within 100 feet of wetlands.
So these are existing pads. They're existing dumpsters.
Understand, but we're revisiting the site and what is servicing Building 1. So I don't love that these dumpsters are within 100 feet of the wetlands, just barely out of that 50-foot no building zone. So that's something I'm really going to be pushing on as well. And I think similar to Member Ryan, the in and out plan, the visibility of being able to see around cars is something we'll have to discuss. And I know we'll discuss it in traffic, but I think even two out, I have concerns of sometimes when you are trying to take a right and you have someone also trying to take a left at the same time, it's hard to see those cars coming, and at the speed that cars are coming down, I think it can, and we already have so many issues with accidents and pedestrians getting hit that I just think there's gonna be more work that has to be done there. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Jeremy? Oh, sorry.
I do have a few questions and comments, and thank you, fellow board members. You asked some things I was thinking about. I would like to make a comment that when we do get to traffic, I think, taking that left out of Prouty is tough. I think the other half of that equation is what is the sight line of cars coming down Wilmington, seeing someone taking a left out of Prouty. They're going to be moving pretty fast. That building's going to possibly impinge on what they can see. So it's a possible setup for adding a problem to a problem we already have. So there's some concern there, and I think we really have to talk through that. First question is, did you say that single light pole was 35 feet tall?
Yes.
35? Okay. So most, to put it in perspective, most telephone poles are 40 feet in length with about 6 feet of them buried underground. So we're talking, this is in a residential neighborhood, the height of a telephone pole roughly, where most commercial lots, you put up a telephone, lighting pole that's 20 to 25 feet tall usually. Up to 30 is kind of the norm, 20 to 30, but most 20 to 25. So that's quite a tall piece of lighting that you have there. And to echo with Member Sutherland's point, it does look like it lights the bulk of the parking lot, but it does leave dark corners, and dark corners are where problems happen. So I think there's something here to be revisited with a single source of light versus multiple that aren't quite as tall. I mean, we are in a residential neighborhood evaluating this, and that is quite tall. And then I think my other question was, sorry, I'm going back through my notes. Back to the trash, picking up weekly. I have run restaurants in an earlier career, run professional kitchens, and I can tell you at the end of the night, people are tired. Bits of trash fall out as you're dragging it, especially a distance like that. Everyone's going to want to put everything in that closest dumpster. If you're only picking up once a week, we're going to have pest problems. So there needs to be mitigation for that, not just for that dumpster, but the entire walkway. If you've just worked a 12 to 14-hour shift on a hot summer day, and it's dark, you're not going to pick up every piece of trash that falls out of that. That's just a reality of working in that industry. And additionally, now I haven't worked in that industry for almost 20 years, but the one time people got to get off their feet is when they walked out the back door and sat down and had a cigarette. So, I know times have changed, but there's still that mentality of, I can get out of the heat for 5 minutes, I can go out the back, sit down. They might have a cigarette. We need trash mitigation back there. I want to see what that looks like from Prouty Road with the vegetation plan you have, just so I want to make sure if this does go forward, that the residents are protected. They are not looking out their front windows at people sitting down having cigarettes across the street and then throwing them on the ground. So I think there's a lot here with the back of that building facing residents that has to be accounted for. Those are my comments and questions for now, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. To continue on the back of the building, you indicated an architect was hired and you're going to have renderings. The renderings will include the back of the building, what the neighbors on Prouty Road will see?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Okay. The other concern I have is the head-in parking in front of the new building. Head-in parking, we just see in the news night after night, cars jumping the curb, going into the building and doing property damage at minimum and injuring people at most. How are we protecting both the sidewalk where people will be walking and the front and interior of the building?
So we are proposing bollards centered in each space, and then also wheel stops. So there'll be wheel stops and a bollard for each space.
Okay, cars these days with 16 and 18-inch wheels go right over wheel stops.
That's what the bollard's for.
The bollards, okay, how deep down do the bollards go?
I believe it's usually about the same depth as the height, more or less. Let
And the
me,
height is what? So
try to-
50% below ground,
So 3 or 4 feet.
And these are steel, cement-filled steel,
Excuse me, I have the detail, it's 5 feet.
5 feet total,
5 feet
two and a
into the
half
ground.
below, 2.5 above?
No, 5 feet into the ground, 4 feet above. So 9 feet,
Okay, these are cement-filled steel or what?
correct.
Okay. And there's one for each space, the middle of each space. So if somebody parks between two spaces, will a vehicle fit between them? What's the distance between two bollards?
They're about 9 feet. The spaces are 9 feet wide, so
That'll let a vehicle through? Yes?
technically, yes.
Okay.
If someone's going between spaces, you mean, like driving with the parking line?
Well, the spaces are just delineated by white lines.
Yeah,
People don't always follow them.
got it.
So if somebody is parking, straddling a line, taking 2 spaces, they're now facing a 9-foot gap in the bollards.
They would hit the wheel stops. The wheel stops go about the full width,
How high are the wheel stops?
about 6 inches, same as a curb.
And an 18-inch wheel, how easily is that going to go over a 6-inch wheel stop? Pretty easy.
Easier than a bollard.
Yeah, okay. So I'm very concerned about the safety of people in the building and on the sidewalks. I think you need to do a little more to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Tony Ann?
Yes, well, most of my board members have asked a lot of the same questions I was going to ask, but just to touch on the back of Proudy Road, what exactly, they're going to have, like, the trees, is that what the neighbors are going to see? I'm concerned about what they're going to be looking, they have property there, what are they looking at? Are those the bushes or what are they going to see?
So today, if you walk back there, it's pretty thick. There's some existing vegetation between Proudy Road and the site itself today, and then grass up to the existing parking lot.
I'm talking on the side of Proudy
The new
Road,
building.
where the new building is.
Yep.
That side, oh, okay.
And so, under the proposed condition, a lot of that vegetation will remain. It's far enough away from the proposed building that we believe a lot of it will stay. We're also proposing an additional 24 arborvitaes to fill in any gaps between that existing vegetation. And then I believe there's an additional 3 ornamental trees as well.
Is anybody proposing a light at Proudy Road or anything, sidewalks or anything to make it safer for the kids that come over there? Or has anything been thought of about?
Are you referring to like a traffic signal?
Yeah,
I would have to defer to Scott with,
Scott can address that when he comes up. We'll make a note of that to talk about.
okay.
but there will be lighting provided along the back of the building on that walkway.
Downlighting, I hope.
And the in and out, that your, the other person was going to talk about, the entrance in and out?
Yes, correct.
I'll wait till we hear from them.
Thank you. Okay, my turn. I have many, many questions and thoughts to share. I'm concerned about the parking. We'll start there. I'm concerned about the parking. Looking at, wait a minute, parking is not part of traffic, is it? No,
No, we
okay.
can discuss.
So I know that in your parking analysis, you're looking at the temple space and you're saying because of the way it's used, it's not required to have as many spaces. This board is not really concerned with how it's being used today. That doesn't matter to me because that could change tomorrow. So I'm looking at that as 3,000 square feet. And what could go in 3,000 square feet, it could be many things. So we need to make sure that there is adequate parking for that 3,000 square feet and all the other square footage that you have. The fact that it's a temple today really doesn't matter. It's 3,000 square feet. That's the way I'm looking at it, and we need to make sure there's enough parking. I'm a little concerned about, still on the parking issue, the restaurants. So according to my understanding, you're proposing 2 different restaurants, full-service restaurants, with 50 seats each. Is that correct?
No.
No.
We discussed with planning staff
Oh.
yesterday. One of them is classified as fast casual.
One fast casual.
And the other one is a full-service restaurant.
And how many seats do you
They're,
foresee for both?
I think one's 36 and the other one was 24 or 27.
Okay. Do we have any full-service restaurants in town that have 50 or fewer seats?
Not that
No.
I'm aware of.
Do you have any, I don't know if you have any off the top of your head, if you can give us some examples of some restaurants in town that are smaller, not really huge, but they're full-service restaurants? Because I don't see how that works.
I can give you numbers that kind of a right next to Town Hall, Goodnight Johnny's. Then I know it's a bit bigger than that. That's, when you guys permitted, that was 250 seats, but that's also in a shopping plaza, so it's slightly comparable in that way. There's White Coconut, which is over on Middlesex Turnpike, close to Broad, Vericel, Kent Cottage.
Yeah.
And when they applied for a liquor license a couple of years ago, that they had 102 interior seats on their submitted floor plan to the select board for that liquor license.
So you're proposing 2 restaurants with a total of 63 spaces between them?
Up to 50 each, I think it called for.
Up to 50
Up to
each,
50,
okay.
yeah.
So here's my concern. I don't think it's likely that you're going to find a full-service restaurant that can succeed with 50 or fewer seats. We've never seen that happen. And we do see a lot of restaurants that come in, and we also see a lot of restaurants fail. So it's likely that a full-service restaurant is going to need significantly more seats than that. And if that's the case, it significantly affects your parking ratios, because restaurants require more parking than other uses. So I'm very concerned about your parking numbers. And between those 2 issues, I don't know if you have enough space for parking. On the site plan, I noted, you said that the right entrance is for service vehicles only. Can we make it so that it's impossible for people to go out that way with either landscaping or curbing or something? Because I think that would not be a good idea. We'd like to make that, if it is a service entrance, let's make it a service entrance that no one can cross.
So we did consider that, and
Okay.
we can continue looking at that. We would just need to coordinate with the fire department to ensure that they would have access through there some way or
Okay,
another,
I
whether it be a
understand.
mountable curb or maybe a fence with a Knox box on it,
Okay.
or removable bollards, something of that sort.
I'd like you to explore that. Thank you. So back in that area again, right now, there's a daycare place in that corner of the building, and that's your infant daycare, correct?
Yes.
So what is the plan for drop-offs and pickups? Do you have enough space right in front of the building there for all your drop-offs and pickups?
Go ahead, Mick. You can-
Yes, it's a 2-way road, so plenty of space for cars to come in, park in that 8 spaces in front of the building. Right in front of the building, there's 8.
Wait, there's 6 spaces and 2 handicap
Yeah,
spaces,
6
correct?
spaces, yeah.
And how many children are serviced in that facility?
Currently 9.
9. Oh, it's very small.
Yeah, currently,
Okay.
they have a capacity of 18, I believe.
The capacity of 18?
Yeah.
Okay. And so they're going to go in, park, drop their child off, and then go out the same way they came,
Yes.
correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I
They're
understood
all infants,
that.
so they're in
Okay,
baby seats, so it's like
okay.
in and out in 5 minutes.
Have you given any thought to an employee parking plan? Because it is going to be tight, and you're going to have a hard time meeting your parking requirements. I'd like you to consider an employee parking plan, which could include you paving behind the building, the existing building, so that employees can park there. It would free up a lot of space in your existing parking lot. Is that something you've thought about?
Conservation issues, right, Nick? You can,
Well,
Conservation.
yeah, so the area behind the building is in conservation's jurisdiction. Typically, they do not like to,
Okay,
have more traffic back there, especially if you're going to be repaving and making it impervious.
okay. All right, I understand. Do you have an employee parking plan?
not
Do not have
currently.
one prepared
Not
currently.
currently.
Not. It's something you might want to think about, because the parking is going to be an issue. So that's something we can circle back to in the future. Roof mechanicals. Do you have a plan for screening the roof mechanicals?
That'd be for the art.
Yes, I'm working with the architect right now.
Okay.
The back of the building will be screened from all the HVACs.
So we'll
When the
discuss that when the architect comes?
Yes, and
Okay.
it'll be on the renderings as well.
Okay. So I'm going to reiterate the concerns that my fellow board members have talked about regarding the Proudy Road exit. Sorry? Okay. Definitely. The people exiting Proudy, or people turning into Proudy, or just driving down Wilmington Road. I agree with Member Ryan that that building is very close to Wilmington Road. I would not feel comfortable turning out of Proudy Road and trying to take a left there. And I'm also concerned that people driving down Wilmington Road aren't going to see people exiting Proudy Road in enough time because they do tend to drive fast there. I would like to see that pulled back. I think it's too close to Wilmington Road, and I'm not comfortable with it. I'd like to see that building pulled back. I also want to talk more about the view for people that are on Proudy Road looking at the back of that building. It's not going to be, the way you have it planned, I don't think it's sufficient protection for the neighbors. And then you also have the issue of employees outside taking their breaks, and then the dumpsters being wheeled all the way down there. I think a lot of those problems could be solved if you have a more layered approach, so that there's the building, and you have a walkway, which is where you're going to be moving your dumpster and where people will take their breaks. That's probably 5 feet wide or something like that. Then I would like to see a fence, possibly if there's such a thing with some noise attenuation. On the other side of the fence, then you have a 4 to 5 foot landscape bed, which should be some layered landscaping. It shouldn't just be a bunch of arborvitaes. You can do better than that. That would also give you the ability to move the dumpster closer to the restaurant, because it would be hidden behind the fence and enclosed. And that way, when employees come out at night, they don't have to go all the way to the back of the building to dump the trash. Now, I know you're going to have a little problem with how that gets emptied. I don't have all this figured out yet. I'm just throwing this out there. But I'd like you to consider the fence and some more layered landscaping so that the people who live on Proudy Road are looking at something more pleasant. I am concerned about that. Excuse me. I'm also concerned, when I went after our site walk, I went a couple of times and walked around the site a little bit. And there is standing water in the back left corner. So I don't know if that's east, west, or north or south, but if I'm looking at it
This
from,
portion of the site, where the mouse.
yes, right there. There's standing water there, and we're in a drought. Not today. I don't even know what it would look like today. But when I went down there, it hadn't rained for many days in a row, and there was standing water. How are you going to deal with that to ensure that that water does not end up in somebody's yard?
So the environmental consultant is aware of that area, and we are planning on discussing that with the Conservation Commission at the next meeting. As far as managing the water on our site, all of the new roof runoff is going to be directed to the underground infiltration system in the parking lot, recharged back into the ground, and then under the larger storm events, it overflows.
So is it your assumption then that that standing water is coming off of the roof of the existing building?
I can't speak to where it's coming from. I do not know.
I think we need to find out, because if it's coming off the roof, then dealing with roof runoff is going to be how we solve the problem. But if it's not coming from the roof, we have to figure out where it's coming from, or we can't fix it, right? So I understand there's going to be more work done with conservation. I'm throwing all my concerns out there right now. You have office tenants. It looks like from your sheet, 6,000 square feet of office, right?
Yes.
Are those existing tenants, or you're proposing that you will be getting more office tenants?
That's combined. So there's two currently that total 2,300 square feet,
Okay,
and then we used 3,500 square feet roughly for an office
in the new building?
in the new building.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay. I am going to differ with my fellow board member Ryan about the trees on Wilmington Road. I like trees on Wilmington Road, and there's going to be a monument sign that will display the names of all the businesses that are inside your plaza, as well as the signs that are on the building itself. I think that's the whole purpose of the monument sign, is so that people can see it as they're driving past. So Don't get rid of your trees. Don't listen to him. No offense. I like the
My
trees.
Christmas list.
I like the trees. Okay. I wanted to know what the sidewalk materials are that you're proposing, both on Wilmington Road and within your site.
Yep, within the site, it's concrete. Within Wilmington Road, it's removing and replacing the existing bituminous walkway. So it'll be,
With what kind of curbing?
curbing will be granite inside the site and along the aprons of the entrances out to Wilmington Road.
So in general in town, do we not want sidewalks that all meet the same standard? I know this one is an older one, but when we're redeveloping sites, don't we usually have granite curbing and cement?
When the sidewalk directly abuts the right-of-way, the roadway, the sidewalk is in the right-of-way. When it's directly abuts the roadway, the standard is almost always vertical granite and concrete. In this case, we actually have a grass strip separating the sidewalk, which we love.
Yes.
But in this case, the existing sidewalk is bituminous. This is the only commercial
Yeah.
site.
Right.
But in most commercial sites, when doing sidewalks, it's a concrete. Usually concrete is.
So there's a grass strip, so am I correct in understanding that there should be, from our point of view, granite curbing, the grass strip, and then cement sidewalk?
Granite, so the existing curbing out there, I don't think is granite, no.
Right, but we're doing the site over, and we should bring it to the standard that we expect all over town, which everywhere else in town, we expect granite curbing and cement sidewalks, correct?
That is what we have done in the past and the rest of other commercial sites.
Right, so that's what I'm going to be looking for.
Could I just get one clarification on that, please?
Yes.
So I believe, Elizabeth, you had said the standard is bituminous when there's a grass strip, and it's only concrete when it's, right at the
So
curb
currently,
line.
I believe that it is, what's currently out there is bituminous concrete, bituminous sidewalk. I don't know about what curbing type is along Wilmington Road off the top of my head.
So, yeah, about half the curbing in front of our site is bituminous curb, that Cape Cod berm. And then the other half closer to the service entrance, it transitions to existing vertical granite.
Okay, along Wilmington Road, I'm looking for granite curbing and a cement sidewalk. There is a grass strip, it's very narrow in between. And honestly, you should want to do this because you're going to have customers that go into that plaza that are going to be walking on that sidewalk. And the bituminous curb that's there right now will do nothing to stop a car from hitting them, nothing. You need to have granite curbing along that roadway. People are going to be walking into your site, and you need them to be safe doing that. So, the lighting in the back that you said was on timers, is that the back of the existing building, the new building, or both?
I believe the intent would be to have both
Okay.
under the proposed condition.
I know we can't do that tonight. I'd like to see that kind of lighting. We want to make sure that that's not going to shine into the homes of the people that live nearby. So we need to know more about that lighting. I don't know if you have that available tonight.
The existing lighting?
No, the lighting that you're planning to put on the back of the buildings.
Okay.
So
You want some specifications on it,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
And to ensure that that is attractive and not
There are-
shining into anyone's windows.
The detail of those wall packs are provided on sheet C106.
Okay, thank you. I will look at that. That also could be obscured by a fence. Let's see. Let's see if I fixed everything. Oh, yes. That's a lot of bollards in a row. How is that going to look in front of that building?
We're trying to protect the buildings.
I know you want to protect the building. I'm just wondering if there's a more attractive way to do it. There's fencing that you can have that looks like fencing, but it's got bollards in the posts, so it doesn't, I'm just picturing this row of bollards.
The challenge with using some type of fencing is then you prevent people from accessing the sidewalks from the parking spaces.
Yeah,
And snow
So
removal.
that was the
Okay.
intent of the original design, was to place a single bollard centered on the spaces
Right.
with wheel stops.
okay. I think we can, we're not going to solve this tonight, but I think we can probably come up with a better solution. Brett, did you have something you wanted to add, Jeremy?
Yeah, we've seen some restaurants in town place planters where
Yes.
they're made of concrete. It's heavy
That's
enough to
very
stop a
nice.
car. It doesn't interfere with the visual of the building.
True.
They could be spaced, to Jack's point, that you can't get a car through them, but it doesn't prevent people from entering the front of the building.
That was a great suggestion, thank you. So that's all I have for now. Jess, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, actually, two more, just kind of looking at, because one of the sheets was up there and it caught my eye. Between the aisles where 4 of the handicap spots are, it's only a 20-foot width compared to 24 in the others. Why would we have decreased width where the handicap spots are?
So those are one-way drive aisles, the two center
Okay.
driveways. The perimeter all the way around the parking lot is two-way.
Okay. And I would like to see, because there's only one van spot and it's extremely far away from the vast majority of the locations, I would like to see 2 van spots where in place of 2 of those handicap spots, which would affect your parking count, I understand, because for a van spot, the width would have to be likely 11 feet instead of 8 feet, given that you only have 5 feet between the spots, but,
Sure, we can add that in. I don't think that's an issue. There's 5 feet provided today. It's 8-foot minimum for the van. So the access aisle just needs to grow by 3 feet. And we have I think about 6 feet where the light pole is shown. So we can just kind of eat into that a little bit.
so you would push them down, so you would get, so then
You
would
actually
you
get
make the
like
middle,
4.
would you make the middle strip 8 feet, or would you make the width of the actual spot 11 feet?
I would make the access aisle 8 feet wide.
Okay, so then you have 8 and 8, okay. And then my other thing was, will conservation be aware that these service trucks are riding along within the 20-foot no-disturb wetland buffer area?
So the service trucks currently drive through there weekly, I would say, to access those dumpsters in the back.
So they'll be aware that they'll be driving through the no-disturb.
That's correct. They're
area.
aware that there's a gravel driveway in the back of the building that's used for service maintenance.
Don't love that, even though it's in current use. Okay, so those are 2 of my additional concerns.
And that actually made me think of something else. I know you think I've talked too much, but if those are one-way only drive aisles, people are going to ignore that unless you angle the parking spaces. Had you given some thought to that? Because really, what's going to stop people from going out whichever way they want? But if the parking spots are angled, then it's much harder for them to do that.
So the drive aisles today are actually about the same width. It's almost just a restriping of the existing parking trays. But we have not proposed any signage to,
But you're saying they're going to be one-way only on this plan, right?
that's correct, because they're 20 feet wide. You need 24 feet minimum for two-way.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If they're one-way only, people are going to ignore that unless they're angled.
Posting,
They're ignoring it today, probably, right?
posting it, are we?
Yeah,
Posting it. We don't always one way either.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to speculate what people are going to do or not do. I'm just saying that it's a 20-foot driveway that is required to be a one-way.
With all due respect, I go down there.
Yes.
People just fly through the parking lot. They don't even follow, like, up and down aisles there. Maybe with your striping, they may do that, but right now, if you go to Wandy's, people just fly to where they're going there or to where they're going to the thing. I don't even see that they follow that. I personally had an accident years ago in that very parking lot because there was no in and, like, that, unless you're going to fix that to be really,
Yeah.
right now, I don't think people follow that. They just fly through wherever they're headed to, whichever area. They go to that area and they just cross, because it's an open parking lot. I don't see that they follow. And well, I think you'd have to do something to really, some signage or, I don't know.
Or angle.
something.
Well, I think,
Because there's a reason why there's a rule that says if it's two directions, you have to have 24 feet. There's a reason for that rule, because it's safer that way. So if we only have 20 feet, that's why it has to be one way. How do you get people to only go one way? You angle the parking spots, because then it's too difficult for them to go the other way. Right?
I don't think that's the answer, because people will do it anyways if they
You
want to
could
get out of the
put
parking
passing
lot.
back.
It's hard when you back out of an angled
And it's
spot
gonna
to
just-
turn all the way around.
But we can
Do
post it, it's pretty standard that you would post it. We can't stop people from doing things that people are going to do, we all know that. That's just not possible in life.
What is your reluctance to angle them?
you're going to lose spaces.
How many?
I don't know. I'd have to lay it out,
Okay,
but it's,
that'd be great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Do any other board members have anything else they want to add?
We are going to get to the,
Oh, we're going to talk about
The
traffic still. Yes.
oh, okay, because I'm just.
We haven't
wanna-
started traffic yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I,
Barbara? Yeah, I just wanted to inquire, are you planning any outside seating in the restaurants?
There is, no, right now, there is not any plans for outside seating. Right now, there is not any.
Right now, no, but maybe in the future.
It would have to be permitted.
Yes.
We're not seeking any relief to allow that.
Okay. Member Ryan?
your stormwater runoff, does the whole parking lot does the whole parking lot and it'll be 3 buildings when you're all said and done. Does all of that go towards your underground stormwater runoff containment?
So-
Or where does it go?
yep, so today, the
Or
existing.
where will it go?
Yeah, I'll explain both, the existing and the proposed. Existing today, all of it gets collected through catch basins, it gets piped, and the pipe actually runs below the existing building, directly out to the wetlands, unmitigated, including the roof. The roof just has some downspouts that spills to grade along the back of the buildings. Under the proposed condition, we're replacing all of the existing infrastructure in the parking lot, capturing all of the runoff from the parking lot and directing all of it to the underground infiltration systems. The entire proposed building roof is going to be piped directly to that infiltration system. And so that infiltration system is designed to hold minimum 1 inch of runoff times all of the impervious areas on the property before going into bypass, where, on larger storms, it bypasses and gets discharged back into the municipal system. So
So it's going to be essentially be the roof, all the impervious surface from the back of the building to the road.
yes, all of the new building and all of the parking lot will be captured and put into the infiltration
What
system.
about the old buildings?
The old building has downspouts along the back.
So those are going to stay?
Those would stay.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Are we ready to tackle traffic?
Sure.
Okay,
And I'll be here if there's any other questions afterwards.
thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, so I'm going to ask you to go through your presentation, and then we can address some of the specific concerns that the members raised on. I've kind of highlighted them, so I'll refresh everybody's memory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name's Scott Thornton. I'm a registered professional engineer with Vanessa Associates. We performed the traffic analysis for the project. And I've got a few slides to go over to give you sort of a summary of the traffic study, and then we'll touch a little bit on parking. So we met with the planning staff. They were very helpful. We had some discussions early on in the process to identify the scope of study. They also suggested, as Attorney McGrail mentioned, that we reach out to the police department, to the engineering, to the DPW department, which we did to get their impressions of the scope and if there was any additional locations that needed to be observed or counted or included in the traffic study. We did traffic counts this year. We did counts on Wilmington Road in 3 locations in front of the site, by Veterans Park and also by Pine Glen School. We did traffic counts at the intersection of Beaverbrook and Prouty Road and the site driveways as well. We typically would look at the weekday morning peak period and the weekday evening peak period, as well as the Saturday midday. In this case, staff mentioned that because of the school or proximity of the site to schools, we should also expand the weekday evening peak period to capture the school pickup time period. So our counts are actually 2 to 6 in the afternoon when they would otherwise be 4 to 6. As I mentioned, those were conducted in May of this year. In addition to the counts and the collection of traffic count data where we collected daily traffic, vehicle speed measurements, hourly traffic, we did a review of safety, including a review of sight distances, review of crash statistics, review of sight distances, and, as I mentioned, the speed observations. In terms of the traffic counts for the site, we observed those counts during those time periods that I mentioned, and staff had indicated that we should really use ITE data to represent the existing traffic counts for the site, which we did do. And it turns out that the site generates between 10 and 20% less traffic than what ITE indicates that site should generate. So to use the ITE data to represent existing conditions is a conservative condition.
Just quick question. So in its current condition, it's 10 to 20% less than ITE data, is that correct?
Yes.
So how would that change in the proposed condition?
So we didn't do the analysis to compare what would the difference be between the ITE generated trips for the proposed building versus an observed trip generation rate, dependent on or based on what the existing site generates. We didn't do that analysis. We kept everything in an ITE format. But that's conservative because
Okay,
we're starting with a higher
Okay, thank you.
baseline, and then we're continuing that higher
Okay. thank you.
baseline in the future.
Madam Chair, can you give, for the public, can you explain what ITE is and what ITE numbers for the public are? We do, because we live in this world, but I think it would be helpful for.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, compiles trip generation and parking data for a number of different land uses. And these are based on counts of actual facilities that are done on a daily, weekday morning, weekday evening, Saturday midday time periods. So it's based on actual data, and they just put counts, or they just conduct counts of driveways of existing facilities. They have that data correlated with the sizes of the uses, so they're able to generate trip generation rates and/or equations. So we have variables for building size, for residential unit type, and we're able to use that data to project vehicle trips for a number of different land uses. And the use of the ITE manual is required for traffic studies that are undergoing Mass DOT review. And that, the only other thing I'll say is that the ITE trip generation manual is in its 12th edition, and the first edition, I think, was in 1975. And so there's a wealth of information that's available in that document. So, think the next slide, if we can go to the next slide here. It's very timely, as I just mentioned, so the site trip estimates are doubly conservative because we're using ITE trips for existing data and not using the existing trips to estimate increases. We would think, or I would think, that because the site is, has a mix of uses, it's generally in a retail type, or retail and service type atmosphere, with another building that's proposed to be similar, I would think that the use of the existing trips and trip rate for the existing site would be applied to the proposed building. But, and as I mentioned, that would result in a lower trip generation profile, but that's not what we did. We used the ITE data, so it's a more conservative condition. So we use those trips from ITE, we add that out to the study area network. The increases are between 1 and 5.4% during the various peak hours. The higher percentages are during a Saturday time period, and that's because the Saturday, there's less volume out there on Saturday. There's the average during the week is, I think it's about 8,800 to 10,900, say, vehicles per day, total of both directions over the.
This is on Wilmington Road.
This is on Wilmington Road. On a Saturday, it's about 6,600 to 9,500, so it's less traffic on Saturdays. We add that traffic into the intersections. We do the delay calculations and identify the difference between the site or the future conditions without the project and future conditions with the project. And the delay increases due to the project range between 0.1 and 13.1 seconds during the various peak hours. The maximum queue increases are between 1 and 2 cars. So for unsignalized intersections, we calculate the 95th percentile queue. It's the queue that should only be exceeded 5% of the time. That maximum queue generally ranges between one and 4 vehicles. So at any given approach. So the increase due to the project, so that's with the project. Without the project, it's 1 to 2 vehicles. We also looked at the site distances at Prouty Road and site driveway locations. If you go to the next slide. So this slide shows the relationship of the existing driveway location to the proposed location. And the existing driveway is about 175 feet from Prouty Road, and the proposed location is about 300 feet away. And based on the AASHTO requirements for site distance, all of these intersections meet requirements for the speed of the roadway that is Wilmington Road.
When you say the speed of the roadway, are you talking about the posted speed limit or the speed that cars are actually driving?
So, both. So the speed that vehicles are actually driving at in this area ranges between 33 and 36 miles an hour. So,
What is the posted speed limit?
35 in this area. It's 30 north of Beaverbrook and 30 south of the site. So,
Radar.
Tom, how you determine that?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
There's a radar on,
There is?
on the westbound side of Wilmington,
Yep.
which tells you how fast you're going.
Right.
Okay.
And that's why it's lower in that direction.
Is that a permanent thing, or
It's
is that?
been there for a long time. I don't know how long, but it's,
Yes, but.
But is it one of those things that the police roll out and?
No.
No, it's
No.
permanent.
It's a
Okay.
pretty permanent installation.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so, and, you know, the way we do the measurements is, tubes out there, or we put cameras out there, and they observed, they're radar detectors, so they capture the speeds of vehicles going up and down Wilmington Road. And in this case, we did it, I think we did it for 72 hours. So we have all the data, and the data indicates that, you know, there's the average speed, which is one entity. Speed limits are typically set around the 85th percentile speed, which is the speed at which 85% of the traffic is traveling below. So there's only 15% that are going.
So what's the average speed and what's the range that you collected?
I don't think I have the range, because I didn't have the full appendix, but the average is, so at Veterans Park, the average was 33 northbound or eastbound and 31 westbound.
Okay.
The median,
That's the mean, the mean.
the median. Do you have the median, like the absolute middle versus just the average?
I don't have that. I can get you that.
So that's at Veterans. What about at Proudy?
At Proudy, it's 30 miles per hour westbound, 33 miles per hour eastbound.
You mean north?
Well, north or south.
I think it's east-west.
Is it east-west or is it north?
It's at an angle. It's kind of
Okay, so it's
northeast, southwest,
33 north and 30
south.
south, okay.
And what times were these taken at?
This is over the course of a 3-day period, Thursday through Saturday.
But
We
I'm
need the
saying
range.
Time of day,
Go ahead, Darren.
The whole day, the whole day.
the whole day.
3 24-hour days.
Yeah, 72 hours.
Because sometimes it gets so busy around that area, I could see it slowing up, that's why.
So what I think may be helpful, because for those maybe listening on the recording, there has definitely been a feeling from the public that they don't agree with these numbers. I think it would be helpful if all of the data could be shared so that we could help answer what is the range by time, what is the mode, right, the most common, what, you know, people may be slowing down to make a turn and that could drop your average. I think it'd be very helpful if we were all able to share all the data.
It's in the traffic study. It's in the appendix for the study.
Yeah, it's 342 pages.
Yeah, that one.
Do you know the range? And if not, that's fine, you can get it to us.
I don't have
Okay,
it.
you can send that to us. Okay, great.
So can I ask a
Yes.
kind of a couple of questions here? And,
Do you want me to go through the rest of my presentation? I'm almost done.
yeah, why don't you finish, because I don't think you're going to answer my questions in your presentation anyway.
That's fair. That's fair. So just to follow up, based on the speeds that we observed, and we went with 35 miles an hour as a kind of splitting the difference between 33 and 36, we would need, based on AASHTO, between 250 and 390 feet of sight distance. We measured greater than 500. So that's at all 3 locations. So in our opinion, there's sufficient sight distance at Proudy Road, at the proposed site driveway location, and the existing location. But you know, by moving the driveway, relocating the driveway to this other location where it's now 300 feet from Proudy, that increases the separation, which increases the spacing or the distance between oncoming vehicles that are coming out of the driveway and folks that are at Proudy Road and looking left and looking right. There's more decision time that's available because there's a greater distance, and it's a benefit to people that are traveling on Wilmington Road, that are just passing the site. It's a benefit to traffic that's exiting the site. It's a benefit to traffic that's exiting Proudy Road. So,
And this is with the proposed new building in place?
yes,
Really?
yes.
I do think that range is going to be important because
Yes.
the 85th percentile speed is much higher than the mean.
What is it?
I mean, they vary, but for Route 62 at Plaza 62 northbound, the 85th percentile speed is 37 versus the mean is 33. So the range is going to be,
Higher, like
Higher,
wider than that?
wider.
Yeah, okay. So we'll look at that.
So-
Are you done? Okay, I don't-
I'll ask my
okay,
question later.
Okay, I wasn't sure, okay.
Just one last thing, just touching on parking for the temple, notwithstanding the comments that you made earlier, but we did look at available parking data and traffic study data for similar temples.
Don't even bother. Doesn't matter. It's 3,000 square feet. It could change tomorrow.
But
They
if it,
could leave
I
and
can
it could
just
become-
touch on that, if it changed tomorrow, and as long as the new, that's at the owner's risk. If it changes tomorrow and another use goes in that doesn't meet the parking, he can't do it. He's not allowed to do it, doesn't meet the zoning. So he's going to have to,
My fellow board members are welcome to disagree with me.
he's
I'm
going to
looking
have to
at
make it work. That's
I'm
his,
looking-
that's his prerogative as a property owner.
Okay. My job is to try and make sure that this is going to work. I'm looking at it as 3,000 square feet. I don't know how the rest of my board members feel. I'm only one person. Do the board members want to hear the analysis regarding the temple?
Well, kind of, sort of, almost, but not really, because Burlington is unique in the fact that, number one, is the particular god or goddess is a very popular one in the Hindu culture. That's number one. Number two, Burlington has a very large Indian population. And, India itself is broken down. It's 87% Hindu, 10 or 12% Muslim, and everything else is the rest. And the reason why I say don't bother with this is because we really would need to look at what is happening with the Indian population in Burlington over time. Is it growing? I know that these sites are California, and California has had an issue with population loss lately. And so if you combine the fact that Burlington is a draw for the Indian population, what percentage of the Indian population, what's the religious breakdown between Hindu and Muslim, and then my third point on that was, what's the, how much is it growing? Because that is a popular goddess, and so I think to compare it there is almost an apples and an oranges comparison. Which actually is an aside to one of the questions that I was going to ask, is if I'm taking a look at, can I continue?
Please.
Okay. So if I'm taking a look at Wilmington Road, let's just talk about Wilmington Road itself. It's a two-lane road, one in each direction. In your professional opinion, without any traffic lights there, what's the maximum capacity of that road?
Capacity?
The capacity of Wilmington Road?
It's usually about 1,000 cars an hour per direction per lane, so it's about 2,000 cars per hour.
All right, and so the maximum traffic each way that you have, on any given hour, what was that?
The maximum was 1,007
In both combined?
combined.
So you're essentially, based upon that, you're saying it's at 50% capacity?
It's not, I understand what where you're going, but that's not, I mean, the capacity is dictated by the intersections. For something like this, but I guess along your lines, sure, it's at 50% capacity.
All right, so if for argument's sake, we're at 50% capacity, and if I'm looking at This one, it's weekday morning peak traffic hours. We've got 41 cars going left right now coming out of the plaza. We have 42 cars going right. In your professional opinion, how many additional cars can turn left and turn right on a weekday morning before it negatively impacts everything on that street coming out of the plaza?
Yeah, I can't give you that number off the top of my head.
All right, and if, assuming for a minute this goes through.
I would say, I think that the amount of delay is quantified for that movement, and for the Route 6, or for the Wilmington Road northbound left turn, it's at, an average delay of 8 seconds
Right, but
across the course of an hour.
So the delay is a sales issue, which is if there's too much of a delay for people turning left, they're going to stop going there. So to a large degree, that's a risk that the building owner has to take. What I'm talking about is how much increased, how many cars, additional cars can go left or right before you start turning into more of a traffic hazard, a safety issue.
Yeah, it's a lot. I can't give you the exact number, but it's a lot.
We're not even touching it. We're not even near it.
Yeah.
I know the answer to turning right is a lot more.
Yeah.
Right? But if you've got more traffic coming on, taking a left off of Prouty, and more traffic taking a left at the same time out of this plaza, right there you've got, right now it's 90 cars per hour weekday taking that left-hand turn.
Yep.
How much can that increase before we get to a,
Are you talking about a left turn into the site or left turn
no,
out of
left
the
turn
site?
out.
Oh, okay.
Left turn in is a piece of cake.
Yeah, okay.
Left turn out is because you have to cross an
You have to
oncoming
cross
lane.
another lane, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't done that analysis. The traffic coming out of the site is, I think it's a D, level service D coming out, so that's about 30 to 40 seconds of delay. But you brought up, I wanted to get back to you on some of your other comments about you were asking about 2 lanes exiting,
Yes.
and we typically don't, I think there was a push to do that in the past, so that right turns would have less delay, would have, would be less likely to get hung up behind someone turning left.
Okay.
But what happens then, I think somebody else mentioned it, is that if you're looking to turn right and somebody is also looking to turn left at the same time, that could obstruct the sight distance of somebody that's looking to turn right. So in fact, in some states, it's really hard to get a driveway with a 2-lane approach. You have to warrant that. And then there were,
Sight distance from the building?
yeah, the sight distance from the building, again, we looked at the sight distance in relation to the proposed building, which isn't shown on there. But there was no interference with the site.
But how much interference is a new sign going to be? Because that new sign has got to be close enough to the street. If there's a new sign on Wilmington Road, so if you're traveling west on
Yep.
Wilmington Road, you've got the sign for the plaza, and you've got somebody turning left off of Prouty, where are they going to, where's that sign? What's that?
Any of your trees.
They're going to get rid of some of the trees.
No, we're not. They're
So-
going to be cute little trees.
Well, yeah, but if they're cute little trees.
I'm joking.
So you've got the sign that's there, right? And someone's turning left, and you've got someone coming west down Wilmington Road towards 3A.
The side's about 12 feet off the back of the sidewalk. Okay. And I think it's a pylon sign, right?
It's existing.
It's existing. Relocation.
Yeah,
Because you're going to relocate the sign.
And dressing it up.
yeah.
Yes.
But it's also, the bottom of it is open,
How tall?
But if they put trees there, it won't be.
Right.
but you're only looking at a line that's 3.5 feet high, 3.5 to 2 feet high. That's what the site distance is.
I guess on that point, how far is the sign going to be set back from where a car would be waiting to make its turn? Because that becomes the important thing. Even if it's open on the bottom, we're still
There's
talking about having something there, right? There's poles, there's other distractions. There's a sit.
No, so the sign is set back 10 feet from the property line, which is about 12 feet from the back of the sidewalk, to the start of the sign.
And that's shown on
So
sheet 102.
about a car length, almost,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you can see that here on layout of material.
So when you're sitting at that stop sign,
Yes.
driver is completely in front of the sign and has that visibility, which I think
Okay.
we just want to be clear about
Right.
in this discussion.
Okay. Have you completed your presentation?
There was one other question that was asked, Madam Chair, of your board, if Scott could address it. There was a question about whether it would be appropriate to have a traffic light at Proudy Road. And
No, I think it is appropriate to have a traffic light.
that was a question that was asked, and I wanted Scott
If I
to,
could get a traffic light at Proudy
Why don't
Road,
we
I
ask-
would get one.
Scott, would you like to
How's
address
that?
that?
yeah. That's what Ms. Natola had asked.
I did
Yes.
ask that, yeah.
So we didn't, so in order to have something like a traffic light installed, you have to meet, you have to meet a series of of threshold values called warrants. And there's 9 of them for traffic signal installation. There's three related to traffic volumes. There's an 8-hour and a 4-hour and a peak hour. Typically have to meet an 8-hour volume warrant in order to install a signal in Massachusetts. And we haven't done the actual analysis to identify it because because you need 8 hours of data, and we only have 8 hours of data on Wilmington Road. Excuse me. But, or a few days worth of data on Wilmington Road. But I would be surprised if it met that, level of volume there. And the site, I don't think would meet a signal warrant either.
Okay. So I'm going to give the board time to ask questions. I'm going to start with Tony Ann this time.
Yeah, I had one question as far as, I know you think you've made the in and out really small now. I know pushing it down, I agree with you, it was a better idea, but you wouldn't want to keep the opening like larger, like the way it is, the way it is coming in and out now, I think, is going to be better than making it so small.
Well, I think that what's there now is really too big, and it's not necessary to have it be that wide. It's not good for pedestrians when they're trying to cross, and it really encourages traffic to move not as slowly as they should in and out of the site.
But is that like a one-way type of thing, or you're going to have both ways in and out?
It's going to be two-way.
Two ways, but it's just going to be a lot smaller.
Yeah, I think it's
26.
It's going to be 20, it's going to be 26. The existing is probably 30, 40, yeah, close to 40 feet.
Okay. I was just curious why it was so small from where it is right now.
Yeah, actually, this size is a better size than what's there now.
It's a what?
It's a better size, it's a more appropriate size.
So right now, you can have 2 cars turning in and 2 cars turning out at the same time based upon the size.
You could.
Yeah. I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Tony, is that all you had? Or do you have more
Yeah, but I was just,
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that-
that was
okay.
it. That was the
right.
light and that's all I had right now.
Member Kelly?
Yeah, I went through quickly the traffic report. Did you do traffic counts on Proudy Road and measure speed of vehicles on Proudy Road?
We did not. We did the counts of the Proudy Road intersection with Wilmington Road.
Okay, I've got to read in more detail
I'm
to ask the
confused by
questions
that.
another
Okay.
time.
So We collected data on Wilmington Road, on the straight line section of Wilmington Road. That gives us the speeds and the daily count and the hourly count. And then we look at the intersection counts, and that gives us an idea of what the delay is for traffic that's trying to enter the main street, which is Wilmington Road. And we look at the intersections because that's what's really suggested in the traffic assessment guidelines from MassDOT, is looking at the intersection. So we do those peak hour or peak period counts.
Quick question for staff. Does staff feel it would be illuminating to have traffic counts on Proudy Road, or do you feel that's unnecessary?
So I guess I would like to kind of take that offline a little bit,
Okay.
only to understand where the,
Okay.
I kind of was assume that if you're getting counts for the intersection, that you could also, that would also give you data for,
Okay.
Yeah, by default it does.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Because for argument's sake, if you've got the weekday evening peak traffic, which I'm looking at it here, you've got 182 people on Wilmington Road turning left, and you've got 51 turning right, so that's what, 233, and you've got 29 turning left out, and 56 turning right out, so that's another 85. So now you're up at 318 people in an hour at the peak time, turning, going up and down Proudy Road.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Jack, please go
At
ahead.
any time, did the level of service at any intersections meet failure?
So the intersection of Proudy Road, that's the location that experienced the 13.1 second increase in delay. That went from a level of service E to a level of service F.
The F is failure?
F is, it's not really failure, it's just it's a delay, it's the maximum delay condition.
Is there such a thing as a level of service E?
E, yeah, there is.
Okay.
Is there anything worse than F?
There's nothing worse than that.
Okay,
Okay.
so it failed.
So just not call, we
Okay.
don't consider it a failure.
Sorry, go ahead, Jack.
No, that's it for now. As I say, I've got to study the
So I want to make sure
report
I
in more detail.
understood that. So according to your analysis, with the proposed addition, the traffic, the service level at the intersection of Proudy and Wilmington will go from a service level E to a service level F?
For the movements exiting Proudy, yes, in the evening time period, it goes from a level of service E with 43.6 seconds of delay to a level of service F with 56.7 seconds of delay. In the weekday morning time period, it doesn't change. It stays at level of service C. And the increase is about 0.6 of a second. In the Saturday midday, it doesn't change. It's at level service C, and the increase is about 1.7 seconds. It's
So
just that evening time.
Weeknight
Yes,
goes from an E to an F.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I do have a question about the placement of the new entrance. Forgive me if I didn't pick up the numbers from the 350 pages or so of the traffic report. But first of all, I think it is beneficial to move the entrance of the plaza further away from Proudy to give a little more space. However, on the flip side, you are moving closer to Beaverbrook. And I don't think I saw anything, or I don't remember it, about what that distance becomes and any simulation of or forecasting of what could happen at that intersection. Are we sliding a problem from Proudy, taking some pressure off that, but replacing it by adding pressure to Beaverbrook? And just trying to get a perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, it is moving closer to Beaverbrook. There's less traffic coming out of Beaverbrook, so it's less of an issue. I think also it's because Beaverbrook, or because the driveway would be on the opposite side of Beaverbrook, or I'm sorry, the opposite side from Beaverbrook, I think it may be more noticeable for traffic that's waiting to come out of Beaverbrook to look over across that driveway, and they don't need to look so far to the left to see the vehicles that are coming out of the driveway. But in terms of the actual distance, I can say it's 125 feet closer to Beaverbrook, but we didn't look specifically at that.
Thank you. I think they've asked some questions I wanted to ask, and some others have been asked during the presentation, so I'll pass it around the horn.
Thank you. Greg?
I've spoken enough.
Jess, do you have anything?
Just quickly scanning the 342 pages of the traffic study, I would be surprised if we didn't meet the 8-hour vehicular volume required to meet the threshold of a traffic light. So I do think we should be exploring that more, given the charts that I see, at least in terms of what that minimum vehicular volume is for Warren 1. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. I only have a couple of questions for you. Crash statistics. You said you had crash statistics for the
Yep.
Prouty Road, Wilmington Road intersection.
Yep.
Could you tell me what they are?
Sure. We looked at them, at the crashes for the most recent 5-year period, which is 2019 to 2023. And that intersection recorded 4 crashes. There was 4 crashes that were listed in the data, so it's an average of about 0.8 crashes per year.
Per year. And were there any fatalities?
There was 1 fatality in that crash data.
Thank you. Staff, does that match the data that we got from the police?
I would have to double check that, Madam Chair.
Because I thought I saw something.
I thought I saw
I saw a different number.
So I guess the question would be, I know that you looked at MassDOT crash data, what was reported, do you corroborate that with our local police department?
We did not do that.
Let's do that.
Sure.
Thank you.
I mean, typically, the way it's supposed to work is the local police departments are supposed to send the data to the registry.
I
The
understand.
registry is supposed to send it to DOT.
I understand, but
Should all be the same data.
it's like a game of telephone. Let's just go straight to the source and ask the police department in Burlington. What is the distance from the edge of the new building, the new proposed building, to Wilmington Road?
To Wellington Road, the edge of the new building to Wellington Road.
Thank you.
Pavement or layout? Barbara, you're
Pardon?
asking for pavement or layout distance?
From the edge of the building to
Pavement?
the edge of the pavements,
Pavement.
the street of Wilmington Road.
It's about 35 feet.
Thank you. Okay. Before we turn this over to the public, staff, do you have anything you would like to add or questions you want to ask?
None. For me, none at this time. Is there anything?
Nope, you guys covered it
Okay.
so far.
So now we're going to open this up to the public for questions and comments. I'd like everyone to keep in mind that because there probably are a lot of people that want to talk, we're going to ask everyone to stick to a 2-minute maximum on your comments. And when you come forward, please please tell us your full name and your address for the record. And thank you to Attorney McGrail for pulling the microphone nice and close. You do have to have it really close to your face for people to hear you. Please come forward.
My name's Stephen Kelly. I live on 3 Chester Ave, Burlington. I want to address the parking spaces. If you go into that parking lot anytime during the day, there could be an 18-wheeler there. There could be buses turning around. At lunchtime between 11 and 1, all the landscaping companies go down there, and they got those long trailers. It's a mess down there. If you're adding more businesses down there, the parking spaces are going to disappear. There's no way that all that traffic can get in there if you add more commercial space there. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Thelma Doyle. I've lived at number 1 Chester Avenue for 64 years. I'm on the corner of Chester Ave and Wilmington Road. I have seen thousands and thousands of accidents on that road.
Microphone a little closer. Thank you.
My question first is, nobody has ever mentioned Elsine Lane. If they move the entrance and the exit further down, what happens to the people that live on Elsine Lane? I think that would be almost directly across from them, although I'm not an expert on reading diagrams and blueprints. I'm sorry, I'm not. But I think that they would be impacted. It's very hard to get out of Chester Avenue, Elsine, and even Beaverbrook. If people are going to work, it might take 20 minutes. It may take 8 minutes to get out of the street because the traffic is so heavy. So that's one issue. The other issue the question that I have is if the restaurant that's going in, is it going to be an Indian restaurant? And if so, what are they going to do to mitigate the odors that come from their buildings?
Any restaurant that goes in has to come to this board for a special permit, and all restaurants, no matter what kind, are required to do odor control.
So the neighborhood won't be smelling of any odors? Is that what you're saying?
That is definitely our goal, yes.
That's true. What about all of the air conditioners that go on top of the buildings?
That we are going to talk to the architect when they come. They do have to be screened.
They have to be screened, but will they be noisy?
We can require noise attenuation. Thank you for bringing that up. I think we need to make sure we do that as well. Thank you.
Okay. There was one other question. At my age, I forgot what it was.
Take your time.
No, I think that's it. What about the traffic for Elsine? I don't live on Elsine, but...
Right, we can ask the traffic engineer if they've looked at Elsine Road.
Elsine Lane.
Elsine Lane, sorry. Would you like to come forward? If you're not ready to address it tonight, we can address it another night. Okay, but thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Anyone else? Please come forward.
My name is Tom Alessi at 9 Prouty Road. So, a couple of things. A couple years ago, I had the police department come over there and analyze the traffic and the speed, because I was right on the road.
On Prouty?
On Prouty, okay? People use Prouty Road as a cut-through, okay? Now that the state did what they did on 3A, it's twice as bad. Literally, it's twice as bad, because they're trying to get around that. It used to be 2 lanes, now it's 1. And people want to get around that. The only way to get from Burlington to Billerica or Tewksbury, you cut through Prouty. Now, 2 years ago, they did a traffic study, and they had the meter go across the road. 20,000 cars a week go through Prouty Road. That was 2 years ago. Today, it's worse.
Staff, can we get a copy of that report? Thank you.
Traffic department has it, because they came down, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was shocked. And they don't go 37 miles an hour. I'm sorry. They fly. Trucks, people cut through to Billerica. They have Mack trucks cutting down Billerica, from Billerica to Burlington, Burlington to Billerica, and they use it to cut through, okay? Kids walk across the street. I'm the one who promoted the sidewalks, okay? I was the one who gave up property, and everybody along that street gave up property because we owned up to the middle of the road. First, we had to make it an official road of the town, and then we all had to give up property. So even part of our property is part of the town. Now, I noticed here on this map here, they don't cite where the town owns on that property and where the building's coming out. So it's supposed to be 15, the right of way. It's supposed to be 15 feet away from the property line, right? Is that correct?
The building?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? I believe so.
Okay. So where does the town right-of-way end, and where does the property line begin?
I'm not sure what the town right-of-way is, if it's, is it 4 feet?
He means
I
the
think
street.
it was a little larger than that. They took a lot of that property there on the plaza.
But what is your point?
Well, the point is, he's talking about putting fences up.
No, I was talking about
Oh,
fences.
okay. All right, whatever.
In fairness, that was me.
Okay. So the more objects you put up, the less sight view you're going to have of Wilmington Road. And I don't know when they actually did their study, what week they did the study. I don't know anything about that. But trying to get out of there early in the morning is a nightmare.
Okay.
And Elcine Ave or Lane, they can't even get out. They're looking at you, you're looking at them, and they're trying to say, okay, you can come, and they will try to get over. They can't.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Thanks so much. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Please come forward. Oh.
Hi. Paul Ackford, 4 Prouty Road in Burlington. A comment, a question, and a comment. First of all, thank you again for listening to our concerns, and to all of you, and Madam Chair in particular, I appreciate your concern for the view of the residents on Prouty Road, since I'm one of them who'll be looking at well-lit dumpsters till midnight. And love the idea of a complete blockage of that from view. I don't know any other way not to impact home ownership values and quality of life. At the same time, I was a little disappointed to hear you say to the applicant's representatives that your job is to make this work. I'm confident you see your job as balancing the needs of all stakeholders.
Yes.
I believe that to be true. But I was given pause and worried that we're trying to squeeze something into an area that it can't be squeezed into by shaving here and clipping there, and paying enormous attention to detail without remembering the big picture. Which is, we can't do anything about the fact that this was authorized years ago. It's spot zoning. We all know it's spot zoning. We all know that that's not permitted in Massachusetts anymore, not by virtue of a particular statute, but by case law over decades in Massachusetts. If this were being presented originally today, it wouldn't be authorized. We wouldn't be here. You'd be home watching the World Cup. I'm not going to argue that, but I am going to say, why would we add to something that we don't allow anymore? Why are we even discussing this? It's for the benefit of an individual. It isn't designed to meet a community need.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I can't, just a very general answer, it's not specific. Every property owner has certain rights under the law. And we, as a planning board, have to respect that. If we do not, they can appeal, they'll sue us, and we'll lose. They have certain rights, and you also have certain rights.
Right.
And we are trying to respect everyone's rights, but we can't deny something that is legally, is legal.
And I respect
for
that you're
them to-
going through your process, which you need to do. I respect that.
Okay, thank you.
But it
Okay,
seems like it could be vulnerable under questioning. My question was,
yes.
the last meeting you asked us not to discuss the letter that Mr. Gandhi wrote to our neighbor.
I object to that, Madam Chair. My client did not write a letter. I'm not going to sit here and listen to that.
Thank you, sir.
I have a copy of it if you'd like to see it.
I've seen it, sir.
Sir, you're actually over your 2 minutes. We
What was
We
the
have no
attorney's
way of
response to the
knowing
letter,
the
and how will that be
provenance of that
documented as part of your decision-making process?
I'm sorry,
What was the attorney's response to review of that letter? You said you forwarded to the town attorney, and how will that be documented as part of your decision-making process?
correct me if I'm wrong, staff, I believe what the town attorney told us as planning board members was that there's no way for us to know the origin of the letter, and that that letter is, if anything, a dispute between two property owners and we can't get involved in that. That's what we were advised by town council. Did I say that correctly?
That is correct.
There's a question as to
It is,
the
it is in
origin
the,
of
it
the
is a,
letter.
it is part of the public record, though, the letter, even though we cannot confirm where it came from.
All right, I guess there's more to come on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I'm going to ask everybody to please stick to the 2 minutes and also try to bring forward issues or questions that have not yet been discussed. Thank you.
Sure. My name is John Tucci, 2 Martin Street in Burlington. Kind of want to reiterate what this gentleman was talking about. I have some questions for the whole board in general. Is this zoned as business zoning, the RG business zone?
This is,
When it was spot zoned, was it spot zoned as business zoning?
it was zoned as BG, so general business.
General business.
General business.
Yes.
And was it, sorry, was it done with a special permit?
So the zoning doesn't, the way property is zoned, it doesn't come to the planning board. That zoning went to town meeting, and town meeting voted and approved that rezoning when it was zoned from RO to commercial many years ago.
Okay, yeah, I just want to understand that, because if it was done through a special permit, then the board does have the ability to say, we're not extending the non-conforming use.
This board does not have the authority to change zoning. Only town meeting can do that.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm saying, but if it was approved by a special permit, you do have the authority to not grant.
Individual businesses are approved by special permit, not zoning.
Do you mean the variance, maybe?
I'm saying if originally the spot zone wasn't approved by the town meeting, if it was approved by a special permit,
It
then,
wasn't. It was approved by town meeting.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if it was, that's what I was trying to clear up.
Oh,
So
okay.
I get, so in theory, if the planning board was able to zone something via special permit, which they are not under Massachusetts state law or any law, when a special permit is granted, it usually runs with the land, unless the planning board gives that special permit to a specific business
Okay.
or operator. The two are very different. The two are very different.
Yeah.
Kind of.
But that's something to clear up, because that's protecting the town and protecting the owner that owns the property, because for him to understand, let's say he went through with his property, got approved, and then now the local abutters are going to sue him because it said, hey, it was approved through a special permit. They didn't have the right to
Right, I
extend it.
understand.
So that's what I'm trying to clear up here.
Okay.
But as far as other things like traffic flow and approval from, is it church? What type of space is it, the 3,000 square feet?
It's a temple.
The temple. So based on what you're saying, like, I agree, like, you can give a temporary approval for something, but it might change overnight. So I was given a temporary approval for a building on Middlesex Turnpike that we could use each other's parking lots, and we had a letter from both business owners approving that. But when I sold the building, the two owners got into kind of a dispute because one owner plowed the other's lot and they didn't get paid and blah, blah, blah. So like those type of agreements are always changing, and so I think for the 3,000 square feet, you require the
Thank you.
parking that's required for that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Everyone's going over the 2 minutes, so please try to keep it concise. Thank you. I don't want to cut anyone off,
Yeah.
but We also have other things on the agenda tonight.
We are giving you the privilege of stopping the clock when
Yeah.
we're responding.
Yes.
So you do have 2 minutes of speaking time, but please keep
Yes.
that in mind.
Thank you.
I'll be quick.
Thank you.
My name is Steph Bernard. I live at 11 Proudy Road.
Thank you.
I spoke at the last meeting as well, and my primary concern remains the same. My concern is for the children of our neighborhood, and I think it's pretty clear tonight when it comes to the dispute about tilting our parking spots and putting in granite curbs, that the priority of the safety of our neighborhood is not aligned with the owners, or at least the builders. And that is a grave concern of mine. Turning left from the building, we may have moved the driveway down, which you guys have seemed to think is a major thing, but we didn't move the structure of the building. The amount of accidents that happen in that intersection are grossly underreported on your report. Check in with the Burlington Police Department, but I can tell you I've personally witnessed more than 4 accidents and a fatality, not only at that intersection, but on my front lawn, 2 different ones. So it was very underestimated, as was the speed. And I just really wish we could take into account the safety more than anything else, because it's what's most important and it's what's going to last. And turning left from that point, I'll be done after this, but turning left at that intersection, where the building is now, I can't even picture my children on their bikes crossing the way it is with just a few trees that are left. Never mind with a building there. I can just see something tragic happening, and it wouldn't be the first time that something like that has happened in this town, and it really concerns me. The amount of cars that have crashed into the tree there, I would be very worried if it was my building that I was being built, because something tells me it won't take long.
Okay, thank you. No, please come forward. You get your 2 minutes. I'm not trying to keep anybody from getting their time. We also should see if there's anyone online at some
Yeah,
point.
just a reminder, if there's anybody online, to use the raise hand function, and we'll call on you at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Caitlin Mastone. I live on 2 Harvard Ave, which is on the corner of Proudy Road, on the corner. Right near, I can see the building from my house. I have 2 small kids, 5 and 7. A lot of my kids ride their bikes up and down my street. There's a cul-de-sac. They're always on Proudy Road. I see children going down that road at 9 o'clock at night at the dark. They're just out. It's summer, it's neighborhood, it's fun, kids are out. And I run my dog every day down 62. I have almost been creamed my kids. The sidewalks are so narrow, and they fly, and there's these stop signs, because I remember I grew up in this house, lived here my whole life. They don't stop. And then people that don't live in this area don't even know they just fly. Like, my son was riding his bike and he got wobbly, and we almost caused a car accident because it's so close, and they're flying, and they're like, you can feel them like whizzing. I don't even like to go down that road.
Are you talking about the
I'm talking about
sidewalks
Proudy
in
Road.
Proudy? Okay.
Yeah, so when you go down towards Bill Ricca, there's stop signs that we had advocated to have put in, my parents did, because there was so much speed and racing. And it's just it's a cut through, it always has been, but it's also a very highly residential with a lot of little kids. And I'm worried about Waze. Waze has started sending people up my road, Chester, up to Harvard, and my kids are coming down on their bike and they're bombing. And I have a really horrible feeling. It scares me, and I've lived there. I want my kids to be able to be kids, you know? And that's all, that's it. I'm just worried about the safety of the children. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Spayo?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board for letting me speak. And also, I want to thank you all for your questions. You have hit on a lot of points and concerns that I have, and I know your job is not easy, so I appreciate the diligence you guys are all showing towards this. Going to keep it brief. A lot of people have hit on the points I wanted to hit, but I want you all to consider that this is a special case. There's no other neighborhood that directly abuts a a commercial property like this with a cut-through street. Since we installed the empty bike lanes on Cambridge Street, as the gentleman said, the traffic on Prouty Road has increased by at least 50%. Sometimes I have trouble getting out of my driveway, and that never happened before we had the bike lanes. And I get really nervous about the speeds that people are going down Prouty Road. And I want you to take this, when you look at this, look at it as a whole, how it impacts the entire neighborhood, not just Wilmington Road in front of the plaza, but Alcine Lane, Chester, Prouty, Beaverbrook. You're affecting everyone there in a residential neighborhood if we're doing this and if we're adding this type of volume. I have a 12-year-old, and if I'm lucky enough to get him off the PlayStation to go to his friend's house, his good buddy lives on Woodhill, and I get so nervous. That is a 3-minute bike ride, but I get so nervous for him to ride from 29 Prouty to 14 Woodhill, and because of the amount of traffic that he's gonna face. And I remember, Ryan, I appreciate you bringing up the point about the distance of the building from the new building to Wilmington. I think that's way too short, because you're cutting out the sight lines of anyone turning onto Prouty, off Prouty, and it'll be too tight. But anyway, please consider the impact you have on everybody who lives around the neighborhood, not just in front of the plaza. And I feel for the gentleman that lives at 4 Prouty, that think of his view out of his window is going to go from nice trees to the back of a commercial building. And ask yourselves if you'd want that to happen at your house. Thank you very much.
Mr. Spayo, before you go, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I don't expect an answer, but I'm wondering, because we've heard from quite a few people that the traffic problem on Prouty has increased because of the changes that were made on Cambridge Street. I wonder if at some point, and I don't know if this is a select board thing or not, maybe we need one of those do not enter during certain times signs.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something we should look at, the speeds on Prouty. I mean, I walk my dog on Prouty almost every day if I get the motivation, and the speeds on Prouty are incredible. I mean, there's nobody going 33 miles an hour down Prouty.
I mean, again.
And I think that the traffic study should be extended to Prouty, and that we should not settle in this town for a non-failing F. We should be settling for A's and B's.
I agree with you about that. I think that, let's talk offline about the speeds, and let's talk to
Absolutely.
the police department
Absolutely.
about a sign and about speeds on that road.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone online so far?
I don't see any hands raised, no.
Okay. I think we're going to make this lady the last commenter unless someone really has something new they want to bring up. Okay, please go ahead.
Carolyn Alessi at number 9. Number 1, about the limiting the times on Prouty. When we tried to get sidewalks and got stop signs, we were told we couldn't do much because it goes through to the next town. At the time, we were told because it is a throughway to Billerica, that it really limited our ability to make changes.
I'm not aware of those.
Maybe it's changed, but that's what we were told at the time. But of course, I agree with all the traffic and all that, but the point I want to bring up is the quality of life and the impact on the quality of life in our neighborhood. First of all, at number 9, I don't see the back of the stores, although my neighbors do, and it breaks my heart that that's what they're going to look at. But I do, and so I am 1, 2, 3 houses down from. We do have lights that already shine through bedroom windows on that end of the house, already have for years. You have to have a blackout shade or you're lit up all night. You also have a lot of noise from dumping of the dumpsters at 5 in the morning, which we're up, so doesn't bother us, but the increase in dumpsters is gonna, I think, really impact our area. And in addition, I appreciate the concerns about the conservation land, because that is our land, and it really isn't a dispute between neighbors, because we've never had contact. So there's no dispute, there's just concern on our behalf that we would like to see our conservation land, since we're required to abide by all the we own it, we can't do anything on it, we can't even, cut down a tree. I would like to see that those around us also have to meet those same requirements. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. We are not going to be making a decision on this tonight. There's still a lot more work to do, and we will be continuing this to July?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. And if you have not already left your name and email address with our staff, please do that on your way out so that you can be informed of any future meetings.
Madam Chair, thank you. We have a lot, I've taken notes on everything.
Thank
So
you.
we'll reconvene with staff, provide
Please,
additional
yes.
information was requested, et cetera.
Let's
So,
do that next week. We can have a meeting.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We need to make a motion.
Need to make a motion.
Can you guys make a motion?
I'd like to
wait,
make,
you're right. I'm sorry, I forgot something. Can you please stay, Attorney
Yes.
McGrail? I forgot something. We, the planning board, I think, should make a motion to have a traffic peer review.
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion,
Oh,
discussion?
yes.
Yeah. What would the scope of that traffic peer review be?
Well, the review is of
There was no
their,
counts down on Proudy Road, and that seems to be a problem.
So I think that a peer review would be looking at
You have to sign, you have to sign
the
up.
way that
If
the
you said
existing
something.
traffic study was done, if there are any additional items that need to be reviewed or looked at, if there's any calculations that need to be changed, making sure the traffic study also included, items to add to the plan, so things that would help the situation, if those are sufficient. And so, again, I think that we would also, again, Member Kelly, looking at, whether additional counts need to be made on Proudy Road. I think we can do them, I think the math is there, and there needs to be, it needs to kind of be kind of stated in a different way.
Yeah,
but-
I think the only issue you're going to run into is if you turn, coming down Wilmington, I think you turn left on the, what is that, Chestnut, and right on the Harvard, and left on the Proudy, if that causes any additional traffic.
And with people slowing down with veterans.
okay. So, does that answer your question?
Were the counts done? I didn't look at the traffic study detail when the Shawshene Tech was still in session.
Yeah, so one of the things that I did make sure when we reviewed their scope was to ensure that Shawshene Tech was still in session. It was before graduation. And so we requested specially that they ensure that those traffic counts were
So
included.
the scope may not, or likely is not to call for new counts.
That is my suspicion, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll see. Okay, so we're going to have to table that motion to continue
Yes.
and looking for, well, it was moved and seconded, thank you already. All those in favor of asking for a peer review?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, 6-0. Now we can continue.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this hearing and discussion to the planning board meeting of July 16th, 2026.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, 6-0. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you so much. Sorry for the confusion there at the end.
Appreciate all your time.
Okay. May I have a motion to take items 7B, 7C, and 7D together for discussion purposes?
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained, so we are 5-0, but that's fine. Item 7B is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to Section 4.2.6.10, restaurant, fast order food and takeout of the zoning bylaws, 2 Wall Street. Chick-fil-A is the applicant. Item 7C is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to Section 4.3.2.27, drive-through facility of the zoning bylaws, 2 Wall Street. Chick-fil-A is the applicant. And item 7D is a public hearing, application for approval of a site plan, 2 Wall Street. Crosspoint Associates is the applicant. Hello, please state your name for the record.
Sure. Kerry McCormick, I'm Director of Development with Crosspoint Associates. We own and operate both 2 and 10 Wall Street. We're before you tonight regarding 2 Wall Street. Just some quick background on Crosspoint Associates. We've been around for almost 40 years. We're based locally in Newton, Massachusetts, and we own and operate close to 3.5 million square feet of retail throughout New England is what we do. we are here before you tonight regarding 2 Wall Street again. We're looking for 2 special permits, one for fast food, one for drive-through, as well as site plan review. Introduce the team. Mark Vaughn is our attorney for Mira Bronstein, and he might be dialing in. He had another obligation tonight and a conflict, so I think he's wrapping that up and he might join. But also with us tonight is representative from Chick-fil-A, which is the restaurant we'll be proposing. Zach Middlebrooks is here. Go up for that. As well as Joey Fonseca from Bowler, civil engineer, also landscape architect, and Jason Adams from Bowman, who will be introducing the traffic portion of the project. So we're excited to add this project to the property. So I'll turn it over to Joey now to take us through.
Joey, you should have the ability to share screen now as well.
Great.
And we'll just move the microphone close. Grab either one, yeah. Thank you.
You know what, I'll grab this one.
Give me 1 second, I'm just going to pull and share this. Let me share.
Yeah, let me make that a little bit bigger so we can all see it. And can you make that full screen on your end as well?
Slowly load here.
Cool.
All right, while that does its thing, it's taking a minute.
It happens.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joey Fonseca. I'm a project engineer and project manager as well with Bowler here. Just
Pull the
representing
microphone a
this-
little closer.
Sorry, yep, absolutely. Running out of cord. Again, Joey Fonseca, project engineer with Bowler here, representing this project and our client Crosspoint here at 2 Wall Street. So I'm just going to take you through the existing conditions of the site briefly, talk about the overall site plan. I'll present the landscaping changes as well as some architectural renderings for the project, and then I'll turn it over to Jason Adams, who's our traffic consultant as well. So just advance this. I might have to cancel out of. There we go. All right. Sorry, just having a technical difficulty here. So this is the existing condition. So again, this is 2 Wall Street. Sort of highlighting this in this beige color here is the existing T-Mezcal building. It is a 2-story building. It is approximately 8,000 square feet. And on a lot that is approximately 1.5 acres here. Again, this is on the corner of Wall Street and Cambridge Street. The access to the site is via a full movement driveway curb cut that accesses from 10 Wall Street, which is on the north side of the parcel. So access to the site from Wall Street is through 10 Wall Street and then into our site of 2 Wall Street. The existing parking accounts for about 88 total spaces. Along with this building, as you can see, is another sort of a beige area that's shaded. Is a portion of it's a covered deck. The other portion is just an open deck that crosses both 2 Wall Street into 10 Wall Street and also crosses that little brook that exists, just off site along the northerly border, kind of shown here in the cyan color across the site. The site. Cancel my volume. The site currently, with the 88 parking stalls, it's 2-way traffic flow throughout the parking area. And then again, just it exits out onto 10 and then out onto Wall Street, which is a fully signalized intersection. The grading on site is generally flat. I mean, through the parking area, it's about a 4-foot grade change from left to right, so from west to east.
through the parking lot. The grades from Cambridge Street to our site, though, are pretty steep. There's an existing 8-foot retaining wall along the south side of the building. I'm sort of highlighting here with my mouse, if you can see that. That currently exists. It does taper from 8 feet at its max at the corner down to, about a foot above the existing grade. But that is, an 8-foot cut wall from Cambridge Street. So when you're on Cambridge Street, when you're behind that building, you're sort of elevated on that view, and then the grade, slowly drops down towards the intersection at Wall Street. But the site still does drop pretty steep. You can tell by the contours there along Cambridge Street that is a fairly steep drop into our site. They're currently served with municipal utilities with gas, natural gas. There's electric, there's water services to the building, along with sewer as well. Drainage on site is really just collected via 2 catch basins. It's sort of, collected unmitigated. It is collected and conveyed towards Little Brook through an existing head wall. Again, no real pretreatment there. It's just sort of collected and conveyed into the brook, unmitigated as it exists today. Site has split zoning. There is, the existing building is located within the BG, Business General District. The remainder of the parking lot and sort of the access is within the Innovation District. And I've got a slide that I can share where that zone line is, but it sort of bisects the site. It's about a quarter of the site is within BG, and the remainder is within that Innovation District. As we'll get into it, a restaurant with a drive-through use is allowed in the BG district via special permit site plan review, as we are here with you all tonight. That's it. From there, I'm just going to switch over to, just briefly on the existing, I'm going to switch over to the proposed site plan. So this plan, the red dash line that you see here is that approximate zone line between Business General and the Innovation District, just shown there just visually, just to see where that demarcation line is. So under this scenario, the existing building would be demoed. A proposed 4,800 square foot Chick-fil-A restaurant would be constructed here, and that's shown in beige on this plan. It's generally in a similar location as the proposed building, albeit it's a little bit more forward than that existing building, and it's about 10 feet back from Cambridge Street, from that existing building footprint that's there today. Along with the restaurant is a 2-lane drive-through with counterclockwise circulation here. Sort of the darker gray shaded area I would sort of denote as being, the drive-through entrance as you clockwise circulate around the building. There's an ordering station. The darker, correct, where that mouse is now, that darker shaded area is a ordering canopy where, customers will enter, they'll order within that zone, and then they'll progress through the drive-through to the opposite side of the building where they would pick up their meal, and then they would exit the site. Before I continue, there is a slight change from the plans that were submitted to the planning board as part of the application, and that is just the sizing and location of the I'm going to call it the meal delivery canopy, which is at where the pickup door and the pickup window is. That canopy was larger. It actually extended closer to the building setback. Since we've submitted that, we've been talking to both Chick-fil-A and their canopy vendor to understand how that canopy would work. We've actually reduced it quite a bit back. It's really only covering about 3/4 of that inside lane now, and it is a cantilever approach. So it will not be spanning both lanes. So that's really the only larger change from the plan set that we had submitted as part of the application. So with the parking, we've got a total of 66 total parking stalls. It is one-way flow through the site, so we are changing the nature of the circulation through the site. As you can recall, under existing conditions, it is two-way flow. For this drive-through use and just how, sort of narrow the site is, the one-way flow just was an appropriate traffic circulation for this use and for this size parcel. So we've got 60-degree angle spaces, one-way traffic flow. I think we have a 20-foot drive aisle as you enter the site and take your right as you enter into that parking area. As you make that left and you make that sort of U-turn towards the drive-through, that drive aisle increases to 25 feet. And the reason for that is to allow any vehicles that are there entering the drive-through to be able to enter closer to those parking stalls along Cambridge Street and still allow through traffic around those cars as they're entering the drive-through, so that there's no blocking of any traffic that is progressing through the parking lot and trying to exit the site. We're showing a trash enclosure that is, again, that rectangular shaded area, beige area near Cambridge Street. That is a trash enclosure built with a shed on the east or the south side of that trash enclosure. So that is open above. There will be gates in front of it, and to the right of that is a enclosed shed that does have a roof over it, but that is a small enclosed shed there. The trash enclosure itself, and I'll get to that as I'll get to the architectural renderings, it does have a brick facade that matches the building architecture, so it's not a fenced, chain link fence enclosure. It is a CMU block construction with a brick face to match the existing building architecture. The existing retaining wall that I discussed during the intro to this, that is remaining. The site does have, its constraints. We have Little Brook, which I'll get into more of that through our conservation filing, and then we also have this retaining wall along the south side. Between Cambridge Street and the retaining wall is a fairly steep slope. So there were some discussions, certainly with conservation, with the possibility of, can we adjust the retaining wall location? The issues we were facing with that is just due to the grading concerns there. That retaining wall will quickly go from 8 feet to 10 to 12 feet as we looked at that, which requires a whole slew of structural challenges that we would have faced with that decision. So this plan is a result of working with staff that we've had plenty of meetings, which has been extremely helpful in guiding us, as well as through I think we're through 3 meetings right now through conservation. So the layout that we're presenting here, we've presented through conservation. Given the constraints, we've really looked at this site, how we can fit it and disturb the least amount on this parcel, given the resource areas that exist both on-site and off-site. In order to do that, we have a reduced building footprint here. This prototypical building for Chick-fil-A is typically 5,200 square feet. This one is 4,800 square feet. So we've reduced it sort of east to west to be able to fit the double drive-through within that existing retaining wall and all the other constraints we have within this parcel. So again, just trying to work within the BG district and then work within some of the constraints we have with this site. Certainly a challenging site, but certainly one that we've been able to work with Chick-fil-A Design, their architectural team, to be able to fit the program within this area. The utilities on site, a lot of the utilities will just be extended to the new building and to where the connection points will be to the building, and a lot of these utilities are at the rear. So sewer, water, all those utilities will be connected to the existing services on site and then extended to the building. Sewer will contain a new grease trap for the kitchen waste, and then you'll have a new sanitary line that again will tie into the existing sewer service that exists on site that then heads off site down Cambridge Street as well. Drainage on site will be upgraded considerably and certainly enhanced over the existing condition. A lot of this is, as we've progressed through the conservation filing, there's been a lot of great conversations that we've had here. As I mentioned before, currently the existing catch basins just convey stormwater directly to the head wall, directly into Little Brook, unmitigated. Under the proposed conditions, we have additional catch basins throughout, which again will give you more of a water quality improvement there through the deep sump catch basins throughout the site. Ultimately, all paved areas on site, including the drive-through, get routed through a hydrodynamic water quality separator for additional water quality improvements and TSS removal, and then routed through a jellyfish phosphorus removal tank as well prior to being conveyed to the same discharge point along the head wall at Little Brook. So we're keeping that head wall location. We're not changing that pipe. We're just sort of everything upstream of that will be modified and improved considerably. So a large phosphorus removal of about 82% on site, as well as about a 94% TSS removal through the additional water quality benefits that we're providing here on this site. The green area on the perimeter represents kind of the landscaped area that we're providing here. So there's not that much landscaping out here. A lot of it's just grass. We are reducing overall impervious coverage by approximately 2,500 square feet. So with that, we do have a reduction in peak rate and volume, given that reduction of impervious coverage. So the drainage system as designed, does meet the local state, the local bylaw as well as the state requirements for a redevelopment on this site. Just see if I can, I'm going to flip to our landscape plan. So as you can see here, there's again, just an enhancement of the landscaping over the existing condition. This plan identifies about 27 new trees of both canopy and evergreen variety, multiple shrubs throughout the site, around the drive-through, certainly along the west side of the building between Cambridge Street and the proposed Chick-fil-A building. Along with, some additional screening and buffers along Cambridge Street towards the intersection of Cambridge and Wall. We are providing a landscape island internal to the parking area on the sort of north side of that parking area. The remainder of it is open. There's a striped island at the bottom of this parking area, and that's just there for two reasons. One, if blocking that would, prevent an emergency vehicle from being able to navigate through the site. So we're trying to keep as much area for an emergency vehicle as well as a delivery vehicle to be able to enter the site and then exit the site. So in order to be able to have that movement on site, we weren't able to provide any landscape islands, between the parking spaces per the bylaw, and we're asking for a waiver on that as part of this application, but we're able to provide a fairly large landscape end island internal to the parking lot, which there is currently no landscaping currently. In addition to the landscaping that we're proposing here, with conservation, we're also enhancing the buffer zone along Little Brook. There's a lot of invasive species along Little Brook. That will be cleared through our wetland consultant, has prepared an analysis and a report on how that's going to be performed, as well as additional buffer zone enhancement planting along Little Brook. That's not shown on this plan. This is just showing the proposed landscaping within 2 Wall Street. A lot of that will occur off within the 10 Wall Street parcel. But again, that was heavily reviewed with the Conservation Commission, and through our last hearing, we had some positive feedback on the changes that were provided with both stormwater improvements and landscaping and buffer zone enhancements here as well. We also provided the lighting plan. Before I go to that one, do I have that? I may not have that in this set, but we also, this plan does show the light poles on here, but we also provided a photo analysis plan of the proposed lighting throughout. We are proposing 7 additional light poles within the parking area and the drive-through. They all have a height of 20 feet above the proposed grade here. Along with that lighting, there'll be building-mounted sconces, wall sconces along the front, and certainly the access doors that you see around the perimeter of the site, as well as canopy lighting for both the on the ordering side and the meal delivery side as well.
Those are shown in the site plan, the submitted site plan of record on as sheet T100 and T101. Just to inform the board.
Thank you. And lastly, I'm just going to kind of just run through some of the architectural renderings here for the building. So this is just showing the brick material, the color, and the banding there for this. Again, this is a prototypical Chick-fil-A building, color scheme, as well as materials as well. And, oh, sorry. Am I not? Oh, you're on a different screen, sorry. And I just wanted to share just a quick rendering from the architect as well as from the trash enclosure as well. So as you can see, it's a similar brick as the building facade is, with solid doors, solid gates in front, and then again on the left side of that rendering being the enclosed shed on that. And that being said, I think that's it. I just wanted to state that there are 70 interior seats on this restaurant. I forgot to add that early on, along with 12 exterior seasonal patio seating as well for the restaurant, which again, with the building reduction, is a reduction in interior seats due to, you know, the building size reduction as part of this development here on the site.
Could you identify where those outdoor seats would be?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll just use this plan here. So the patio, the exterior, yep, correct. The exterior patio seating are right on, it's on the sort of south side, or sorry, west side of the building near the drive-through entrance. So there's two four-seat tabletops and then two-seater locations against the building. So a total of 12 seasonal seats there. We've got the accessible spaces along the front that are protected via bollards along that curb line. And the remainder of the parking is again, just general parking for the restaurant. That being said, I'm not sure, I was here for the prior application. I'm not sure if we want me to just turn it over to the traffic consultant, or if we want to just go through any question you all might have now.
What is the will of the board? Do you want to keep going, or do you want to ask questions about the site plan before we do traffic? Anyone have anything?
No, I mean,
Okay, let's do traffic.
Yeah, traffic's the exciting.
Yeah.
Good evening. For the record, Jason Adams with Bowman Consulting. We completed a traffic impact study of the proposed project, focusing on the internal driveways within the plaza and the connection between 2 and 10 Wall Street, looking at the driveway of the plaza with Wall Street, that intersection, and then the two signalized intersections you see on the screen here. So the signalized intersection of Cambridge with Wall Street, and then to the north, the intersection of Cambridge with the 95 northbound off-ramp. We collected traffic volume data in February of this year, seasonally adjusted that to match average month conditions, as February is a little bit lower. And then we projected the traffic volumes out to the future year of 2033, which is consistent with Mass DOT standard guidelines. We completed a trip generation review of the project using data published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. New in the most recent edition is trip generation data that is more closely associated with restaurants such as Chick-fil-A. Widely known that Chick-fil-A is a bit of a higher generator than a typical fast food restaurant. Up until this latest edition, all the fast food was grouped into one land use category. So we do feel as though there's a much more accurate representation through ITE than if we were before you, say, 2 years ago. Those vehicle trips were distributed around the study area, and then we completed an analysis of the intersection operations using the Synchro capacity analysis. The analysis shows that there's not a significant impact that results from the project, as in there's enough capacity both at the driveway serving the plaza as well as the signalized intersections in close proximity. We did share all of our traffic analysis information with Mass DOT. Cambridge Street is under Mass DOT jurisdiction. We wanted to be proactive to understand if there was any process with Mass DOT with the change of use. They determined after looking at our traffic trip generation and traffic analysis that they were in agreement with our conclusion that the project would not have a significant impact. They therefore let us know that they did not see a need for this project to file for an access permit with Mass DOT, and therefore that the process would move forward here locally with the town. We have completed a review of the overall site plan that was prepared by Bowler and feel as though it was designed to provide for safe and efficient movement throughout the site, and therefore overall concluded that the project would fit well from a traffic perspective in this location.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Sure.
Go ahead.
And I think this kind of ties together site plan and traffic to start. Well, first, a traffic question. So you said you measured the traffic in February and you seasonally adjusted it. So thank you for factoring that in. But I was curious if it was a standard adjustment or there was any factor added because Burlington is unique as being a more regional commercial hub, and that there are bigger spikes near the mall, near this area, Wall Street, Wayside Common, when you made those factor adjustments. And when you made them, were you making them to a kind of average time of year? Did you consider some of the seasonal peaks we have here because of some of the unique commercial pull?
Right, so the standard methodology is to raise traffic volumes that are lower to the average month condition. So traffic engineering doesn't take place in a peak condition, right? And I guess I'll just add to that if we increased all of the traffic volumes to some higher number, it's still the relative impact of the project, which we're responsible for identifying. So that's really what we're looking for. The seasonal adjustment was based on as localized data as we can find that's available and maintained yearly through Mass DOT count stations. So it's specific to this area, but is increased to the average month.
Okay, thank you. I think that puts some perspective that it's not kind of a statewide average.
Correct.
There's regionalization to it, which may have factored in some of the unique Burlington aspects. I think starting there, going to the next question was, my personal concern, having gone to the plazas there many, many times with my kids, is that it's not where the signals are. It's taking that left onto Wall Street to get to the signals. That's a problem. And so this is a cumulative impact type of question based on how Chick-fil-A runs an operation versus accumulation lanes for traffic. So, and I bring all that up because Chick-fil-A, kudos to them for being highly efficient and effective. Wonderful that they will send people out to take orders from the people waiting to get their food so they can get through the drive-through faster. Brilliant idea. They're busy, works great. But my concern is what that's going to do if they execute that practice here, is it's going to accelerate cars through that drive-through and put them waiting to get onto Wall Street. And it's not the amount of cars that's turning onto Wall Street, it's the amount of frustration in the people the cars waiting. And so when you push your accumulation from the U-turn that you've built around in the parking lot down to that turn on Wall Street, I'm concerned about the traffic impact, kind of as you bring all that together, the accumulation factor with the efficiency of Chick-fil-A into that awful left turn outside of the signalized intersection. So I don't know if you factored that in. There's a perspective on how all of that actually comes together.
We very much did. And I'll just note that, part of our responsibility is not only presenting this information to the board and to Mass DOT, but at the front end of this, we have a responsibility to Chick-fil-A and to the property owner to let them know that we think that actually works. Because if it doesn't work, we want to identify that as early as possible, because then it becomes an unattractive site, right? So that's kind of, it's a two-part stage. There's a permitting stage. There's also an understanding of like, is this the correct site for this correct land use? So we very much did look at that. To give a little perspective, I think this is sometimes helpful for people, but that left turn, so coming from the plaza, northbound towards Wall Street, taking a left, right, to head back to the Signal. During the peak hours, so that's the weekday midday, the lunchtime, the weekday afternoon, and then the Saturday midday, there's about 3 to 4 vehicles every minute that turn left, right? So it's somewhere between 180 or 200 over an hour, which is a big number, but if you think of it as a minute, 60 seconds, 3 to 4 vehicles turning left. That's a pretty similar number to the vehicles that are traveling each direction on Wall Street. So yes, there are a large number of vehicles coming off of Chick-fil-A, right? We do expect that it would be busy, but when you get right down to it, 3 or 4 vehicles in each direction a minute, 3 or 4 vehicles coming off. Our analysis tells us that that's a level of service B or a level of service C, depending on the peak hour, which of course we all want an A, or we want a B if we can't have an A, but a C and even a D in this type of condition, I would sit here and say a D would be acceptable for a commercial area, in a somewhat busy area. A level of service D I would consider to be acceptable. This is a level of service B or a level of service C. So we have looked at it. We do feel very comfortable with the way that we've analyzed it using the new data. Again, we have shared that information with Mass DOT, so there's already been a set of eyes that have gone on this even before we submitted to the town. We've had some conversations with staff, but very much we're comfortable with how that left turn is going to operate.
Okay, I think, first of all, I appreciate it, and I appreciate that you've looked into that. I think it's something that we want to keep our eye on and maybe revisit, because if there's a practice to accelerate people through the drive-through, like I said, there's a lot more accumulation in the parking lot than there is waiting for Wall Street. So, I don't want the business to cause a traffic problem for all the other tenants at 10 Wall Street. So I think it's something that we should revisit and think about impact of. And I think what's my last one for now is more along the site plan and tying back to that accumulation yet again. There are quite a few spots on the drawing in the parking lot on the south side of the drawing, you could say the bottom, that look that if that drive-through gets busy, it's going to be awful to back out of those spots. First of all, by the way, thank you for angling them to drive the correct way.
I heard that.
Appreciate that.
I was like, wait until you see Joey's plan.
I made sure to.
We got signs, we got angles.
And that is 25 feet, again, allows 2 vehicles, but, Saturday lunchtime, that drive-through is going to get busy. There's going to be people parked there. To have people backing out into a backed up accumulation of cars waiting for drive-through, I think presents a problem. I think the hardest ones to deal with would be the ones on, closest to the retaining wall.
Sure.
I'd like to understand if those are actually feasible spots when it's busy, when you need them most.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
I'll answer that question for you. 82 total seats.
Yep.
We need 1 parking space per 3 seats. Gives them, they only are required to have 28 parking spaces. They've got 63 in the lot.
Yeah, they have a lot of.
They have a lot of space.
So maybe
That's
we
gonna
don't need
mitigate a
those,
lot.
maybe we don't need those ones that are close
Right.
to the wall.
Make them employee
Or their
spaces.
associate
Yeah.
spaces.
So that
Oh,
means
that's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's enough flexibility in that
Yes.
parking,
Make those,
cover that.
make those employee spaces.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of coming and going.
Not eating your Chick-fil-A.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that was it. I wanted to
Okay.
talk about those spots and how that
Okay.
all kind of would back up and kind of make them a moot point unless their employees.
Right.
parking.
So the current site plan that was provided, or the updated site plan, does identify those spaces along Cambridge Street to be employee parks only, because those really are going to be for the benefit of the employees. If there is any queuing, again, this drive-through, the total drive-through length under this current prototype for Chick-fil-A, this length is the appropriate length for, given the efficiency of the kitchens and how they process and operate their drive-through. So the overall drive-through length from start to finish is their prototypical standard for their Chick-fil-A's through all their locations. We're just providing an additional lane there for that condition, when you do have a one-way use through the site, allowing some overflow, if there is any, during some peak time. It still allows for traffic movement through the parking lot to exit if a member was dining in and then exiting the site. So those are marked as employee only. Employees aren't changing their shift during peak times, so there shouldn't be any conflicts there.
Actually, one more I'd forgotten about.
Go ahead. Don't apologize.
This one is
Remember,
more, what?
I said, who remember, Ryan?
On the drive-through lane behind the building, as it's curving around, I think on the drawings that I saw, and I don't know if they've changed because it said there have been some alterations that I was looking at a few days ago, there are bollards between the lanes. Is there concern about snow removal with bollards in the middle, with trucks with plows trying to make those turns?
Yeah, so this is a standard condition. Yes, I'm sure it drives the snow removal companies a little crazy, but they do provide it. There are snow blowers that the operators will have within their shed, but the snow removal companies that do the snow removal for the sites deal with that. That canopy, those bollards that you see within the drive-through are to protect the columns for the canopy. There's 2 rows of columns.
So use my
One-
sharing screen.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Have
There's one.
you stole Uber and Chick-fil-A?
No, I've seen it.
You should be working, so I think I
I
gave you.
drove up there the other day to
I
check it
stole it
out.
away.
Oh, I'm there.
I saw that.
It's a similar setup.
I'm there too.
So,
Sometimes
correct.
If I want to go to the mall, I will go up to Uber and go.
Yeah, so, correct. So the Woburn location did get an upgrade over when they first constructed that restaurant to include the canopies, and that is a pretty standard canopy there as well. And you'll see the columns along the outside of the drive-through lane and then again on the interior. So the bollards do protect that. They do, it is a pretty standard condition. They will plow around them.
Okay, I believe on an earlier drawing I saw there were bollards to the right of the building as you were making that turn.
Oh, and there are, yeah, and that's to protect the building corner. So that is outside the drive-through, that is at the building corner within the sidewalk, sort of concrete area around the building. Those aren't directly in the drive-through
Okay, I thought
themselves.
they were
That is just really protecting the building corner.
cars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a tight turn there, we're just protecting that building corner.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think I'm going to skip over to Member Ryan. Go
Skip
for
over
it.
to me? All right, okay,
You've
so.
been scribbling notes over there.
I have been. So this is kind of a theoretical question, all right? So you're using the ITE numbers. Let's take a minute and throw those out, because Chick-fil-A, as far as I know, they've got, 1 or 2 locations. They're a real small organization. And in order for them to open up a store here in Burlington, they're going to think of a couple of things. One is they're going to say, okay, how much business do we need to do in this restaurant in order to make this profitable? They're going to know what our average ticket is. They're going to know what percentage of the business goes through the drive-through, what percentage of the business, what percentage of the business is going to go app-based, and what percentage of the business is going to be sit-down in the restaurant. And so instead of using the ITE stuff, what's the number of tickets does this store have to do in order to justify its location? And what does that traffic look like instead of the ITE stuff? And then my next question on top of that is, if you're heading south on Cambridge Street and you're at that light, you have to turn left into Wall Street. How much additional traffic, how much additional business can that light handle on that left-hand turn before that signal, the left arrow, green arrow, has to be adjusted upwards? And so what sort of timing is that? And then based upon, even if we go back to the ITE numbers, what is the increase off of those ITE numbers? Would the business have to be to have a more than a negligible impact on the traffic in there? And does the expected revenue generated in order to justify this location, does that number come close to what that ITE increase would be to make that impact?
And actually, sorry, can I add to his first question? Because I was going to ask, because typically Chick-fil-A have gone through business school. I've studied a lot of the Chick-fil-A cases. I'm also just fascinated by the efficiency of what Chick-fil-A is. But I know typically, geek out a little bit. Typically there's a goal of how many cars per hour and how many cars you want leaving the window every X number of seconds. And what I've seen historically, a lot of times that could be 20 per hour, 200 per hour. And so I guess the question would be, for this, to simplify your first question, for this location, what is that goal for number of cars per hour going through the drive-through?
I guess I would respond, I think that number can vary from location to location, and then also it can vary just given density of restaurants. In this case, we have Woburn that is, approximately 15 minutes down the street. I think if we were opening a location where the nearest Chick-fil-A is over a half hour away, that number is going to drastically change, as you're going to have a much bigger population that's going to be using, that one single Chick-fil-A. I think the location of this, given how close it is to Woburn, Woburn's an established, customer base currently. This location, and Zach Middlebrooks is here with Chick-fil-A, so please stop me if you want to correct me at all. But, this location may take, some of those customers might be coming here to this Berlin location, and this will then have its own certain, customer base. But as far as, the traffic and the grand openings, as more locations do open, there's just less demand during those grand opening peak times like we were when Chick-fil-A was first sort of making their move up here in the Northeast, when there was a lot less stores. As the Chick-fil-A, locations do open up, it does, it sort of spreads that volume out amongst those stores. So I'm not sure if there's a certain number. I can't speak to that from a Chick-fil-A side. I will say their drive-throughs, the kitchens are designed to meet, to be efficient within this drive-through parameter that we're proposing here today. So they, the total length of our drive-through, it's a factor of, multiple, numbers and factors that they research constantly. They're, as you said it early on, they're known for their efficiency for their drive-through, and they pride themselves on that. They don't want to be known as, a customer's waiting in their drive-through for 30 minutes to get a vehicle to get their meal. They want to quickly process, their customers through there to have the best, experience, which is why, they do have team members in the drive-through lane taking orders, delivering meals, et cetera. It just adds to that whole, experience for their location, so.
But I think the reason why I struggle with your non-answer is because typically as a part of the model, there is a drive-through consultant that is coming and making sure that everything is efficient it can be. The person is within reach of the condiments so that they can quickly bag, because you're also looking at how quickly can you bag the food. And so in order for that consultant to do the work they need to do, they would need to understand what is that number of vehicles we're trying to get through in an hour. And so maybe you don't have the answer, maybe you're not the one to answer it, but I fully believe there is an answer to that for us to better understand, in comparison to the ITE numbers, what is that expectation for the number of cars going through? And then with that too, I think how many cars we want leaving the window X% of seconds would be important to understand, so we also understand what the idling time is going to look like as it relates to things like, it is a sensitive area for conservation, and so happy to see additional trees added, but I still think there's a consideration for what's our expectation of idling around that area too. So I do think getting to some of those numbers would be helpful.
I'll speak to that a little bit. A lot of that is proprietary, and we do have specialist teams that are running formulas on all that data.
Use the microphone, please.
Yeah, so Zach Middlebrooks, Chick-fil-A, 5200 Buffington Road in Atlanta. I'm making notes on that. I'll try to get you what I can get you.
Okay.
But a lot of that's
Your secret sauce.
Well, I mean, that's kind of it, right? And those people, I mean, the number that you mentioned, it fluctuates. We've got some restaurants that do a lot more than that. We got others that do a lot more than that. And those throughput consultants are trying to maximize the specific location. Drive-through, obviously, COVID blew it up.
Yeah.
We are making an effort now. You'll notice on this restaurant, we're going back and we're putting playgrounds in all of our restaurants. We took playgrounds out during COVID because we needed to maximize, capacity. So we are trying to get people back in the restaurant. I mean, that's what we were founded on. So let me see what I can get you.
Okay.
We have run what we've given them, and it's pretty tight at this location.
Okay. No, that would be helpful.
So on your things that you want to get her,
I'm going to try. I'm not making promises, yeah.
So I'm going to go back.
Sandwich.
What's that?
I can give you a free sandwich. That's what I can give you. Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
Nuggets with the fries with the Diet Coke. Thank you.
Frankly, my wife, my daughter, and one of my sons would prefer you to move in next door to my house.
Oh, yeah. That's how
My
my
wife's
wife.
used-
I can walk to this location.
Yeah, my wife eats it 8 days a week, so, and we're only
So-
open 6.
Going back to, you guys are a large corporation, and you've got bean counters and marketers and everybody else trying to figure out where the next location is and all of those expectations. And currently, you have a location in the mall, and you have a location 4 miles up the road in Woburn. You're expecting a little bit of cannibalization from both of those locations. Not so much out of the mall, because the mall in and of itself is almost an entirely different. Are you keeping the mall one open?
Yeah, that's the intent.
Yeah.
All right, just didn't know.
Because the mall, the malls are sometimes an economic engine in their own, right? A completely different market.
Talk about parking traffic.
So you have some sort of cannibalization number, right? That's going to come out of the mall's business and out of the Woburn's business. Then you've got the population density of Burlington and North Woburn and Lexington and so on and so forth. So again, going back to where does that ultimately really come down to is how much traffic are you really expecting in this location, setting aside the ITE numbers?
And I fully understand what you're after. I will tell you that every one of our restaurants is designed for the same capacity. So it's almost like what you were saying, the delta that we're putting on traffic, like the bump, at like the worst time, that's where our kitchens are designed to do. So whether that's 400 cars an hour or 150 an hour, it's all the same block that we're putting in that kitchen.
Yeah.
And then what you're asking, I know where you're angling from a business perspective and a deal perspective and a return on investment perspective. It all depends on a whole litany of cost.
Right, no,
So-
I'm not looking at the return on investment.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your return on investment is going to be dictated by cars.
Yeah.
And so therefore, I want to know what your expectation is for cars.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell me the dollars. I just want to know the.
I'll try to jump in a little bit because this topic of cars for Chick-fil-A has been at the forefront of the development industry for years, right? And the ITE data, again, 2 years ago, throw it out the window. It was hard to sit in front of a board and say, we looked at it with ITE, when I knew that it was higher, and I did what I could within my industry. The ITE data that we're using right now is essentially Chick-fil-A data. So they sourced it across the country, not only from Chick-fil-A, but from like high density, high drive-through restaurants, which amounts to be Chick-fil-A, but ITE is a national organization. They cannot say we have a Chick-fil-A land use.
Okay.
For all intents and purposes, it is a Chick-fil-A land use.
Okay, so we'll just.
Yeah,
one question.
idea to help, so, yeah.
Will the traffic at your Washington Street Woburn location work in this location? The amount of traffic that would generate.
I mean, that barely works at its own location, right? It's a very busy site.
Right, so if this site is as busy, I fully expect this site to be as busy, if not busier.
Absolutely. Agree. Yes.
Right?
This is
Because of-
Burlington.
Because this is Burlington.
Sure.
And
But, I mean,
Equally off the highway.
and
like
it's
Woburn.
equally off the highway and so on and so forth.
Get to off the highway.
just for context, so that Woburn site is abnormal across the Chick-fil-A. And it may be, but this is also 3.5 miles away from
Right.
that site. There is, at some point, there's a cap on the market, and the data that we're using from ITE, and we've, at certain times, we have had to count certain Chick-fil-A's, especially, again, 2 years ago when nobody believed the data. This data is very similar, like within 5 to 10% in both directions. Like certain peak hours, this data is a little bit higher than some of the Chick-fil-A's that I have seen data for. So I do feel like very confident as a 25-year professional saying, these are real numbers that we can expect.
I think Member Ryan's question, though, is fair. What, will this location be able to handle the amount of traffic that the Woburn location gets? Understanding that the Woburn location is more established, but we also have the perspective of knowing that there are many, many national businesses that are located in Burlington for whom their Burlington location is their highest grossing chain or location. And so we need to know that if Woburn is one of your highest grossing locations, can you handle that here? Because we expect it to be that once you get established. Is that fair? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. Thank you.
If I could just add to it, just comparing the two sites. So with the Woburn location, they have extended their double drive-through entrance. So when you're looking at capacity within the Woburn site, that drive-through entrance is probably 20 feet when you enter that site, is the start of the drive-through as well as the through traffic where if you're going to park and eat internally. The drive-through stacking length itself, it may be a little bit longer than what we're showing for overall drive-through stacking. But what that site, what this site does that site doesn't have is it does have internal stacking. If, like, I'm just saying worst case scenario, if we're comparing Woburn and it's jamming and there's cars in every stall in that drive-through out towards the parcel boundary, this site has the ability to stack more cars internal to the site than that Woburn location.
Yeah, but I'm not concerned about the internal stacking. I'm concerned about the left turn.
You're concerned about traffic leaving the site.
Getting out.
Getting out, because.
Okay.
Getting out and getting in, you're saying, too.
Well, not, yeah, well.
It's all exit.
Cambridge, you're saying Cambridge left into Wall
Cambridge
Street.
left in.
Yeah, Cambridge
Yeah.
left in the wall, because.
And
yeah,
left onto Wall Street.
When you take a look at the Woburn location, right? I'm sorry, Liz, I know you want to go home.
No, this is, I've been here until 11:30. This is nothing. Don't worry. We're good.
I've been at planning board meetings until 2 in the morning.
Don't worry. I've been here before.
So if you take a look,
Good.
you know, if you take a look at the Woburn location, the Woburn location has one exit off the highway. This one's going to have 4 that you can realistically get to it in 10 seconds, right? And my concern is, I like the fact that you have all of this space on that inside, internally. It's when you come out, and everyone's going to take the left, and then they're going to take a left onto Wall Street and go to that light.
Right.
My concern, and then going right back to my original question, was how much more traffic can this take before it causes an issue? And that is, so basically, going back to what's the actual expectation of the amount of traffic that you're gonna do, and will that left turn out of the parking, not your parking lot, the other plaza's parking lot, left on the Wall Street, will you guys overrun that with your business?
So starting at that left onto Wall Street, there is plenty of capacity for more vehicles than what we're showing. That, again, that operates at a level service B or C. We could at least go 50% higher, if not double the volume for that left onto Wall Street, and that would be okay, because I'm not gonna say it's not busy, but Wall Street, the vehicles going through, like coming from the signal, going eastbound across, in some peak hours, it's under 100 vehicles in the hour. It's 1 to 2 vehicles a minute in that direction, and it's maybe 2 to 3 again. So that there is a lot of capacity at that. The traffic signal, it's a fair concern, and in our conversations with Mass DOT, as they looked at all of our data, and not to put words in their mouth, but the correspondence we heard back was, we agree with your conclusions. However, if there are observed operational issues, we reserve the right to revisit what can be done at that traffic signal. That could be signal timing, right, or it could be something bigger. But Mass DOT, at the end of the day, they govern that traffic signal, right? Cambridge Street is their roadway, and this project abuts their roadway. So they do have some governance over how the project operates. And they will be paying enough attention, and if the town had an issue with operations, Mass DOT is an ally, but that left turn, the southbound left, using the numbers we have, we don't see a change in the level of service for that southbound left.
I'm going to interject here. I think the applicant understands what you're looking for. I think that you can get back to us with more information, and we should move on from this question, because we could talk about this all night, and we're not going to get the answers we want right now. So you know what we're looking for. You can communicate with our staff. We're not going to be voting on this tonight anyway, so.
Yeah, and don't forget the numbers on like how quickly we believe cars will be going through the window for sake of idling.
Yes. Did you have anything else you wanted to bring up, Jess?
So, I mean, I know obviously there will be a lot in terms of setup with making sure this is flowing efficiently. Obviously, the hopes are that once word gets out, people are clamoring to show up. Are there plans, or I would like to see plans, to revisit the efficiency of the drive-through, whether that's through a consultant that might be available through HQ, maybe at a 6-month mark, a 12-month mark, 2-year mark, or whatever we think is agreeable, to just make sure that those efficiencies truly are being realized and improved.
Good idea. We should put that in the decision.
And then, last question for now. Consideration of a dedicated mobile through lane during peak times?
So that is, that is managed location to location. So depending on how popular the mobile through adoption is at this location, the operators is able to either turn that on or turn that service off. So that is something that each location can manage internally. They do set things up separate, differently with the mobile through. In other words, they would have that outside lane or the inside lane, however the operator feels works the most efficiently here. But that lane would be dedicated to that. There'd be signage. Again, that is something that they do at other locations. It's just, certain locations are certainly more popular than others for that.
I think for our demographic, that might be an interesting winning solution. So just putting that out there. Okay.
Thank you. So, you already spoke? Jack?
Quick question. Something caught my ear, and I don't know if I got it wrong. You referred to the property owner or the business operator. Are they not one and the same, or is it two different entities?
So Chick-fil-A is leasing this site. So the property owners it's the same property owner for 2 Wall Street as 10 Wall Street, which is a site north of us. So as far as like cross-access and parking agreements, that's the same ownership for both sites, but Chick-fil-A will be leasing this parcel.
So the business owner and the franchisee are the same entity?
Yeah, correct. They're going to be operating this location, yep.
Okay. Is that it, Jack? Tony Ann? Nothing. Okay. My turn. All right. I do think that we should have a site walk. So I'd like to set that up through staff. Excuse me. Sorry. One of the things I want us to look at when we're over there is there is an unofficial path from your site over to the plaza that's behind you. People walk there, and we need to make sure that either it's safe for them to do that, or we need to prevent them from doing that, because we don't want people running across your drive-through. That would not be good.
You mean between Crossroads and this?
Yes. It's not a street, it's not paved, it's just, people have walked through so many times.
A desire.
It's worn down.
It's a desire
That's
path.
what we
I
call it in
learned
the
what that
biz.
was the other day.
There's a
Yes.
stream there.
So I probably am the only person here that has not frequented Chick-fil-A. I can't remember if I've ever eaten it. So I drove up to Woburn to observe your operation earlier this week. And it was moving very efficiently. I did observe that you had fewer parking spaces there, I think, than you are going to have here. And so I seen the two people that were standing there taking orders, I had two reactions. One was, wow, they're really efficient. The other one was like, wow, we put bollards up to save people from cars hitting them when they're eating, and these people are standing in the drive aisle. How do they not get hit? Has that ever happened? How do we protect them? That was my concern watching them.
But that's part of the whole Chick-fil-A thing.
Yeah.
Face-to-face greeting.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, but I want the person I'm greeting to not get hit by a car.
Fair.
then don't hit them.
So I can,
Not me.
They hand out dog treats.
I mean, literally, we set bollards up to protect diners who are sitting and eating, and these people are standing in the drive aisle. Am I the only person who is worried about them?
Yes.
Okay, I'm putting it out there. Next question. What do you have set up to protect the diners that are sitting outside?
It's not that many diners.
Well, there's a few, though, and if they're going to have outside seating, they need to have something to protect them from cars.
You do see people at Woburn eating outside.
That's the hell.
Yes.
Break.
That's all it is,
Yeah.
really.
When I was there was somebody eating outside with children.
Yeah.
They were not hit by cars. What are you going to do to protect those?
It's great
diners?
news.
What do you have there? Are there bollards? Are there planters?
so currently, we just have, it's a curbed landscaped island between the drive aisle and the patio. There'll be an ornamental fence around that patio area, but we can certainly work with our architects to, provide some bollard protection within there as well,
And you can take a fence that looks pretty and,
that has a bollard
fill it
in
with-
places.
have a bollard
Yeah,
disguised in there, so it still looks nice. I would like to make sure that they are taken care of, because the ambulance may be taking care of the people standing in the drive-through. They may not be able to get to the people that are eating in the
Nature's health is right there.
So that's true. The other thing that I wanted to mention, we've been talking a lot about Wall Street. What you may not be aware of is that there are homes. If you continue down Wall Street, there are apartment buildings there, and there's senior housing there. So we need to be very sure that that driveway, that street, Wall Street, is never blocked, because we need to make sure ambulances can get down there. You may have to put up some signage, do not block, because people, in their eagerness to take their left turn, might go halfway out and wait. We can't have that happen. Yes, because we need to make sure that emergency vehicles can get down Wall Street if they have to get to those apartment and condo complexes there that do have a lot of seniors living there. Okay. What happens, because right now, the two properties, 10 Wall Street and 2 Wall Street, are owned by the same company. Is that easement, if that's the correct word, that you have, one that if that property, 10 Wall Street, should be sold to a different entity, you would still have that access? It
Can you
is.
just go up and-
So I don't have to worry about that. Okay. The dumpster.
Correct, it's a recorded easement agreement
Okay.
between the two parties.
Thank you, just wanted to be sure of that. The dumpster that's on the side of the building near 3A, can we find someplace else to put it so people don't see that from Route 3A?
So it is sorry, do you want me to answer that now, or I can wait to the end, too, if you had more questions? I didn't want to
You can
interrupt.
answer.
Okay. The location of it, A, is the easiest for a trash truck, just given the size of the site, to be able to pull into the site. They're front-end loaded, they'll be empty, and then just exit the site easily without really having to navigate the site. It is typically done off hours unless they need to be picked up during hours, which they would then have to follow the one-way traffic markings there. Just given, we understand there would be some sensitivity to Cambridge Street. This trash enclosure is sitting about 3 feet lower, or I'd say the top of the enclosure would be about 3 feet lower than Cambridge Street. We are showing some planting along Cambridge Street. We can certainly look with our architectural group to, either provide some sort of, arborvitae hedge or break it up somehow with some other vegetation to block that. There is a small window as you're traveling north on Cambridge where you would see it, but otherwise there are, pockets of landscaping to kind of block, the site as you're driving down Cambridge, but we can certainly look at that.
If it needs to stay there, maybe we beef up the landscaping.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Okay, there was something else. Sidewalk. No, I just know there was something else I wanted to. Oh, thank you for the green island with a tree. It looks like there's a tree on there and some plantings. Thank you. That's very nice. I like that. Okay, so I am concerned about the traffic. Cambridge Street is already overloaded, so that causes me concern. And then there was one other thing that I was supposed to be asked. Oh, here we go, wait a second.
That's why they picked the site, because Cambridge Street has all that traffic.
They're looking for business.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Across the street from your location on Cambridge Street, there is a bus stop. They need to have an enclosure, and I think it would not be impossible to suggest or unlikely. I think it's likely that you may have employees that arrive at your store and on the bus. Would you be able to provide a bus enclosure there?
So that, we've discussed this with staff as well, has been brought up a few times. We are discussing that internally. I will say the area where the bus stop is, currently the sign, the utility pole that the sign is mounted to is a heavily utilized pole, and it is in the middle of the sidewalk. I think at some point they did adjust the sidewalk to go around that pole to give a little bit of clearance there, but it is very tight within that portion of the site. As you can see on this plan here, try to zoom in, that utility pole where that bus mark or that bus sign is, I believe it's in this corner. I think it's blocked by our line work, but I believe it's this corner. Our property boundary, actually, the corner of it is pretty close to where, that edge of the sidewalk is and where that pole location is. This is a very steep area. The grade does drop pretty steep from Cambridge to that existing 8-foot-high retaining wall. It is also within the DOT right-of-way as well that would require DOT approval there. It's unclear what that looks like. We're still discussing that internally to see if, how
Okay.
feasible.
Okay, you don't
that-
have to have an
yeah,
answer tonight.
sure.
If you could continue to work with our staff
Sure.
on that, because I think that would be really good. We try to do that whenever businesses come before us and they have a bus stop really close to them. We try to get the enclosure in because, this is New England. This is a lovely day today. Well, no, it wasn't. Actually, it was horrible on the way in here.
At one point, it was nice.
We have more horrible weather than we have good weather, so it would be nice to have an enclosure there. I think that's what I have. Staff, did you have any questions you wanted to ask?
Sure. We do have a couple things that we wanted to mention. One of the things that I wanted to mention that we've been in discussions with the applicant team about is, while we acknowledge that this is a, heavy traffic, we are doing a drive-through, it is focused on cars.
Yes.
And almost exclusively on cars. And we need to be focusing on the pedestrians that live in this area, the pedestrians that use this area, and how we can accommodate them as opposed to just thinking about cars. There's a large number of people who work in the retail that are here, that utilize the stop. I can tell you
And
the
in the
bus.
offices, too.
And the offices. I can tell you the bus shelter, there is a bus shelter on the other side of Cambridge Street
Right.
that is heavily utilized. I know that in working with the MBTA, they're actively working to upgrade that and do some upgrades there. So I think, reciprocally, that is something that we would be looking to see. And, always talking with MassDOT to make sure that, they're in favor of that. But, you know, the sidewalk on Cambridge Street is directly against the curb with the cars. And we know that there are residents that live at Heritage at Stone Ridge that walk down the hill. They want to go to Chick-fil-A. They want to go to Target. They want to walk across the street to, you know, LL Bean at Wayside. So, you know, I think that that is something that we really need to discuss and think about. From, you know, just an overall planning perspective, it's something that I think we've, you know, discussed in our master plan, and as we, you know, look at plans going forward. And I know that in the past, we've always been heavy on making sure that where sidewalks aren't, that they get installed. I think it's also important that where sidewalks are installed, that they are, they feel safe to pedestrians, that they are comfortable, and that they invite people to actually walk instead of getting in their car, because we are trying to mitigate traffic here, not trying to encourage
What is the
people to
condition of the sidewalk right now along that site between here and the Target Plaza?
So I believe that it is vertical granite with bituminous.
Okay.
And so I think that it's, you know, we're not going to solve that this meeting. You know, this shouldn't be a surprise to the applicant. It's something we've been discussing.
Okay.
And so, you know, just thinking in terms of, you know, alternative modes of transport when you are, you know, this is such a car-dependent use. It's the first thing you're going to see off the highway. It's the, and, you know, it's a, you know, Chick-fil-A, you know, they maintain a good site. We know this, but.
But there is an office building there, and I can see a lot of people running across Wall Street from the office building.
Of course.
So we should look at where the crosswalk is and all of that,
I
too.
think that we can't forget pedestrians and cyclists is really what kind of I just wanted to hammer home. That's all.
Madam Chair, I do have a couple other updates, and I do want to acknowledge that Attorney Mark Vaughn is, he did join us partway through. I'm going to send you a request on mute, Mark, but I have a couple things I want to just go over. Madam Chair, as you mentioned, that dumpster enclosure, I know they showed renderings, but I want to confirm, is there, if it's not able to be moved, and I know you're going to look into that, kind of different locations, is there going to be any sort of a roof or kind of coverage from the top on that, or is it just going to be closed on the sides?
It's just enclosed on the sides, except for the shed on the small shed that's on the south side of the enclosure. It is open. They do have to, you know, service it, so they do lift it out as they come in. So it is open above the.
Is there any way to kind of have it like a flat where it could open up when needed and otherwise would be closed, or is that something that's not possible?
We can go back and ask the question. I think just given the topography of the site and how low it is to Cambridge Street, I think we can achieve screening that through just vegetation, because it is lower than Cambridge Street. Even just putting a 6-foot-high arborvitae will block the view of that. So I'll get with our landscape team. We'll certainly provide that.
I think I would also say, not just from a visual, but I think just, you know, from a health perspective, having it kind of just not open at all times is something that I think would be looked kindly upon. I know we got into it, you know, a little bit earlier in talking more at our next hearing about the third-party delivery apps, and kind of the percentages of that. That's something that I definitely want to have a better sense of, and, you know, if it's going to be site-specific signage. I know we've done that elsewhere where, you know, the business is expecting a high enough percentage where it makes sense to have, you know, maybe some signage that says, please park here, so it's clear to those drivers that are just zipping into the site and zipping out, to just, because time is money for them, just, you know, making it as clear as possible. Speaking of kind of the moving in and out of the site, as I'm looking at this, what is to stop any vehicle from entering here during maybe a non-peak time and cutting directly across, if you kind of follow my mouse here, and just cutting directly across here into the drive-through? As this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is just going to be striped here? There would be like kind of no raised up, no kind of wheel barriers. What can you speak to that?
I mean, that's a difficult one, because we all know how crazy our drivers can be up here in the Northeast. I will say that I've probably been guilty of that before. We can certainly look at,
Guy from
a
Georgia
potentially a raised island there as well. I mean, we do have mountable curbing that will certainly not impede a traffic vehicle, or, sorry, an emergency vehicle from entering the site, as well as our delivery. We can certainly look at that.
Yeah, I just think human nature at that point, if you don't, I mean, if the line's already queued up back there, then, it makes sense, but if you're kind of looking for, you want to get your Chick-fil-A sauce and fries as quick as possible,
It's
I get
probably
it.
possible to make that like one of those,
Mountable?
yeah, that a fire truck could go over it.
Yes.
Like one of those,
Right.
it's like a speed bump that's really wide.
Raised table.
Yeah, essentially, it's a
Raised
4-inch,
table.
it's a 4-inch sloped curb on,
Yeah.
so it's low enough that you can still mount it.
Right.
It's not vertical curbing.
It's not
You're able to.
comfortable for my
Right.
Prius. Yeah.
And then kind of following up with that, on the fire department side of it, we did advise Joey and his team to reach out to our fire prevention captain ahead of filing this site plan application to confirm, yes, there could be conditions, but there's a world where they could see this, being safe from a fire perspective. They did have that meeting. Obviously, they're here in front of you, so they had a positive enough meeting that, that the fire prevention captain said that, one of the things that he's looking for would be, having the overhangs be sprinkled. And especially, I'm not sure if this changes, but I think this would still be in effect, regardless of an updated overhang, that especially before they would not have been able to access the rear of the site. I think still with a larger apparatus, they still might not be able to. So that's a comment that came from our fire prevention captain.
Yeah.
Yes, to have the
Sprinkle the
canopies be
canopy.
sprinkled, and that they were willing to accept limited or no access to the rear of the site with the sprinkled overhangs.
And Caleb, not to interrupt, but I can certainly clarify with the chief as well. When we were looking at this before, we did have the canopy that covered both exit lanes. Now with the reduced canopy, that canopy overhangs, I think, only about 9 feet from the building.
Okay.
So the remainder of that, if an emergency vehicle did need to head backwards down the drive-through exit, they would be able to do that. So, and I only say that because these canopies are open on all 4 sides. There's typically not sprinkler or fire suppression within those canopies. I guess code requirement, it doesn't require it. The building itself will have sprinklers. So that's something I could certainly clarify with
Yeah,
the
and I think, with the revised plan, we can have a meeting with the fire prevention captain. And so, yeah, those are major things. They're going to the Board of Health next week to meet with them. And as Joey and the team mentioned, they have met with Conservation a couple of times. In speaking with Conservation staff, we've made it clear, let's kind of work, in tandem from here on out as far as, any revisions to the site plan necessitated by Planning Board. The Conservation Commission also receives updated plans, how that changes any stormwater calcs, and that they review that, and we get that message back that Conservation also feels comfortable with any changes that Planning Board is asking.
So the only comment of mine on the sprinkler.
Yes.
And the emergency access for the fire trucks.
Yep.
Aren't they wider? And
That's what I want to check.
Aren't they going to?
That's why I want to check as far as, because before it was, there's no way to access because the overhangs were like the entrance over here where they covered both. I think my gut reaction is that I don't want to stray from his original comment of still wanting these to be sprinkled because a larger fire truck, off the top of my head, I don't think it gets back there at least
No, with
easily.
bollards, yeah.
Well, I mean, with the bollards between the lanes,
That's-
it's going to be is the lane not going to be wide enough for a fire truck to get back there?
There won't be bollards the only bollards within the drive-through lane are at the column locations at the order canopy as you enter, and those are just protecting the columns in the drive-through lane. So the striped area, and this is a question for Madam Chair as well, that had answered before. So that striped area in between the drive-through lanes is a 3-foot wide team member space. The team members are trained for, this to be out taking orders, taking payments, and delivering meals. So that is their team member space where, they will be there, either they're taking orders or they're delivering meals. And there's crosswalks at the meal delivery door where they're utilizing, and that crosswalk, there's one in front of a car that's queued there at the window and then one behind it. Again, that allows team members to cross that inside lane to get to that outside lane and deliver to that outside lane. So there are no bollards within that lane. There will be delineators. There are magnetic delineators. They're about 3 feet high that the operators will use in there. And since this is a poured concrete reinforced slab, those magnetic delineators will stay within those lanes. And again, that acts as, another, it's not a bollard, it's not a boundary, but it does allow for the vehicles to stay within their lanes in there if needed. But to your point, Caleb, regarding the truck access, so if they were to enter that through the drive-through exit, that will be wide enough for a fire truck to be able to maneuver in there, albeit it will be tight, but as you turn in, but there is nothing there that's going to block.
Okay.
That is a cantilever overhang.
I think we can talk, more
Yeah.
offline in between our
Yeah,
next hearing
sure.
with the fire prevention captain and, loop him in and kind of make sure we're on the same page.
Thanks, Caleb. You had something else, Jeremy?
Just real quick, as you speak with your arborist, I know we're talking about arborvitaes to block the visual of the dumpster, but would love to see if there was a local hardy option that also flowered for our pollinators, maybe
can
a
do better.
rhododendron or something. So I'd really like to.
Arborvitaes, do you?
They're fine as, they're just, yeah, no, they're.
I know I just disappointed my landscape architect, so I will get with them, and we can certainly put a planting plan together to.
So this is a public meeting. Is there anyone in the public, either in this room or online, that would like to speak? Please come forward. Would you mind handing that microphone over? So, thank you. And please state your name for the record.
Sure. My name's Betsy Hughes. I'm a precinct 7 town meeting member. This is in my precinct. And so I actually had no intention of saying anything tonight, but my grandson sent me a note and said, if you don't support this, I'm going to really be disappointed in you. So I am here to say that. But I'm also here to say that this area has not had energy in it for a really long time. And to re-energize that part of town, I think, is great. It's easy on, easy off the highway. It's not going to be put a lot of stress on Cambridge Street. Chick-fil-A is a great partner for a town, and I think for us to welcome them would behoove us because they have a history of being good corporate citizens with high values. They're a great employer for youth. So for our high school kids, people wanting a first job, it is a really good place to go, and they get Sundays off. So I just wanted to say that from my perspective in Precinct 7, as well as on behalf of my grandson, Jack, that we, that I put his name on there, that I totally support this, and with all the stuff you're talking about, absolutely, but this is going to be a great addition for us. So that's it.
Thank you, Betsy. Is there anyone online?
There is someone from Salem 5 who's been here for all 3 hours of the meeting, and I just want to make sure, and as a direct abutter, I'm sure that's why he's here. John, if you use the raise hand function, if you have anything to say, I'll give you a second or two.
Should we also let the lawyers speak?
If he's not comfortable, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
If he's
So,
not comfortable, that's fine. That's not.
let's see.
We have to listen.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, hello, John?
Yep, this is John.
Are you here to
hear me?
speak about the Chick-fil-A, the 2 Wall Street Chick-fil-A?
Yes, I am. And I'm John Kosinski, the head of facilities for Salem 5, and I appreciate everything the commission, the board is doing here tonight. Doesn't look like there's anything that I've seen so far that impacts Salem 5, adversely impacts Salem 5. So I agree, it looks like a good project. And whatever that everyone needs to work with us, we're more than happy to do that. So appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Very nice.
All right.
No other hands.
Except for, well, Mark.
Mark has
Oh, yeah.
his hand up, but he knows it's really late, so I know he'll keep it brief.
No, I actually just put that up so that Caleb would unmute me, so I'm fine. So
Okay.
I wanted to let you know I'm here, and
I didn't mean to scare you, Mark.
appreciate hearing all of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've gone through a lot. Let's move on to we're going to continue to July, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we will reach out to set up that site walk, okay?
What is the July date?
July 16th, so we'll make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this hearing to the planning board meeting of July 16th, 2026.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained, 6-0. Thank you. Oh, yes, sir.
Just ask one question?
Yes.
Since you've never eaten Chick-fil-A, how was the food?
I didn't, I just observed.
She went all the way there and didn't even get anything. Oh my God.
It's her law. It's her law.
Review now?
Before you guys leave, I just want to get a little clarification. We have all these other comments here,
They have seen them.
so are we going to have them signed off by this time?
Yes.
Yes, you
Yeah,
will-
before you
So
guys,
the next time that they show up here, we're going to be able to approve this,
if their review is done.
if these guys have all signed up?
If they've responded to the comments and been able to satisfy the conditions imposed by those other.
So next week should be, or next month, we should be able to sign off.
I can't, that's
We can't
not-
speak to that.
That's not, I can't speak to that. That's up to you guys.
Doesn't have a crystal
I will
ball.
not be in attendance next meeting. Can any of my questions or concerns be addressed prior to the meeting?
Oh, I'm sure that's possible, yes.
Yes. And we will make sure, and I
We
have
can make sure of that.
8 pages of notes from tonight so far, so I will make sure that all the questions are
Great.
taken care of.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do that.
So, Betsy, you are so patient. Thank you so much for bearing with us. This is the longest meeting we've had in quite a while, so we appreciate your patience.
Well, I appreciate you having a nice, long meeting tonight. That was
Yes,
good.
so the next item on our agenda is a discussion about the government review update. There were several members that were present for the
Except for Greg.
meeting last night, which I thought was very informative, and I'm happy to welcome Betsy here now. Hey, I'm talking. I'm happy to welcome Betsy here now so that she can fill us in on the fine work that her committee has been doing.
Okay, I'm just getting to share my screen.
Yes, and while she's doing that, last night we had the community input session. Very much appreciate a lot of the board members being there to ask questions, provide input. BCAT did record it, so there, for those who weren't able to join, there will be a video, as well as a little plug for our website, always being updated too.
And I'll also introduce myself since while she's still cooking there. My name is Russell Miner. I live at 14 Glenwood Street, and I'm on the Burlington Government Review Committee.
Great, thank you.
Right.
Yahoo! High pressure for me doing this technology stuff while I'm here. It's late, and I know some of you have sat through this presentation before, so I thought, and after Barbara and I chatted a little bit last night, and Liz and I today, that what I'm going to do is kind of cruise through this and give you kind of the Cliff Note version, but this process has been one where we dive deep, as I think those of you who were there last night can attest. It's hard to summarize everything that went into the recommendations we're going to be making in a short period of time. So I don't want to do a disservice to the committee who's put all this time and energy into it by giving it short shift, but I'm going to do that.
No, we're not asking you to do that.
So I'm not going to go through the whole script stuff. I'm going to kind of give you the high points. And then I think all of you, except for Greg, has been through it. But the meat for us is really getting your input, questions, and comments. And so.
Greg did hear your presentation at town meeting, because I know.
Yeah, this is a whole lot different than what I did at town meeting.
No, just so he knows the background.
Yeah.
Is what I meant.
So anyhow, thanks for inviting us tonight. This actually started in 2018 with a committee of town meeting members that got together to figure out how to streamline government, to take a look at structure, it's everything, et cetera. And so they came back with a number of recommendations, and some of which was to hire a consultant, form another committee, pursue a charter, look at the town administrator role, and see what could be done to make sure that Burlington's government structure is effective for now and into the future. We all know that we're a growing family-oriented town, and that it's really with a commercial structure that's really critical to our success, and that we're going to be facing some challenges coming up over the coming years. And when you face challenges, you need an organizational structure that is effective and can deal with those challenges as efficiently and as well as possible. And so you kind of put that in the context of why are we here? I guess that's why we're here, and that's why this committee is here to do so. It just so happened that we were formed by the select board, and I wanted to just take a minute, and I want to stop on this, cheat on this one, because we are a committee of Burlington residents with quite a diverse background, experience with government, and professional focus. Although initially we were appointed by the select board, we have been politically agnostic through this process. And I want to underline that. We may have people, I was chair up until last week of ZBRC, but I didn't represent ZBRC. I represented myself as a resident, and my background as an organizational design professional, and brought my skills into that, just as Jess brought her marketing skills and her intelligence, and Jack his legal skills, and Russ his creativity. So everybody came from different perspectives and brought this into this. As I mentioned last night, we really have an eclectic group. We got a lawyer, guess who? Financial executive, few engineers, a video game developer, a CPA, a hydrogeologist, a journalist, HR executive, guilty, a healthcare marketing executive, and a relatively recent college grad. Which was interesting because in some of our discussions, he wasn't even born when some of the things were happening in Burlington in terms of the bylaw amendments. So anyhow, we had a defined mission, which you can see here, and in order to accomplish that, we were given what we were asked to do is to produce a charter, and based on extensive research, including analyzing what we do today, and to benchmark comparable communities, to look at the role, the responsibilities of the town administrator, and whether we should have provisions such as recall and others, and to define clearly what should be left in a bylaw, because not everything does go in a charter. That was dramatic, thank you.
Looks like, wake up, nothing spelled.
That's right. Yes. Because bylaws and charter are different in terms of how you change them. So you want to make sure a charter is a special act, more simply put, so that it takes more to make a change. And maybe sometimes you want to leave things in the bylaws. We also were told that we need to make sure that this is really a rigorous, inclusive, and open process. All our meetings are open. We're on BCAT. We have solicited input, and we'll go through that because this has been our approach, starting with our partnership with the Collins Center, who's had an awful lot of experience leading communities through similar projects. We followed a process that looked really simple when we saw the slide, maybe on day one, but certainly as we dug in, that was not the case. What we decided that we needed to do is understand the current state, look at best practice, the input from our community, develop a charter, and then in the process routinely validate the recommendations that we're making in putting things into the charter. As we learn more, we go back and retest things. As a matter of fact, there was a suggestion made last night about filling vacancies. If you may remember, it was a confusing thing. I'm sorry Barbara left, because I know this is near and dear to her heart. And as of today, it is now on the agenda for our next discussion when we start talking about administrative processes. So this is exactly how we're meeting real-time issues and trying to deal with them in a real-time way. So what have we done? We've taken a very thorough review of the current structure, practice, and governing regulations. We've established the benchmark towns with similar populations and also suburban in nature, and have a select board and town meeting structure, and operate under a combination of special acts and bylaws. We conducted interviews with stakeholders, a lot of them, which included town employees, town meeting members, board and committee members, and members of the business community. We also had a questionnaire at the Civic Forum, and reports of those can be on the website. So if you haven't taken a look at them, please do. People were exceptionally honest with what they thought the things we did well are and areas that need to improve. And although we're still doing this, we've learned a lot through the process. So let me take a minute. I'm just going to go very quickly through some of the learnings, because I think it really puts a lot of context on another question that I've been asked continuously. What needs to be fixed? I mean, we get it that things are very confusing, things are located in different ways, people don't necessarily understand it, but are there some things that need to be fixed? And the answer to that, we found somewhat in our stakeholder interviews. First of all, across the board, people take pride in what they do and have a great deal of affection for this town. So that was number one that came through. But that said, we heard loud and clear that there are issues that need to be addressed with a strong desire to fix them, with some looking to this process to actually do that. The first was that the town operates in silos, and we heard that both internally and also from other people who are not involved with the town. There's a lack of collaboration and communication between town departments and boards. Lines of authority are unclear, which lead to conflict and inefficiency. Policies for non-union employees are inconsistently applied, so that you can have one person sitting across the hall from another in another department who follow very different rules. Does not make people very happy. It's personal relationships that get things done. On a town meeting side, the committees defined in our bylaws for town meeting need a complete review, with potential consolidation, in some cases elimination. We have a committee, for example, the Facilities Committee, that doesn't even exist. Maybe we might want to take it out of the bylaws. And there are others, but we'll keep moving. We also heard that town meeting members need to attend all sessions, and some frustration because people don't, and even more frustration because people leave early. But all of that said, overall, the town does a very good job of representing our community's interests. The next step is to complete the analysis of the over 1,100 surveys that we received as a result of the recent survey, which is about 11% of the households in the town, which is far more than what the consultant thought we were going to get. They said 3%, we'd be lucky, and we are at 11%, so we're thrilled with that. We did get a preliminary high-level report back from them yesterday afternoon, so I'll intersprinkle some comments about that when we get to points. But we don't have the complete analysis, so I don't want to get anybody too excited about anything, because there's a lot more that needs to be discussed. So the first thing is, why have a charter? I mean, most simply, a charter will be a constitution for our town, simply put. Right now, we operate under a system of bylaws, special acts, policies and procedures, and in some cases, traditions. And I have copies of, bylaws. I've got some special acts here. If you want to go looking for something, you have to figure out, A, where it's going to be, when it was updated, was this over, is one here, or is it there? It's very confusing, and unless you're a government geek, you are just not going to try to figure it out. So one way to help make all of this understandable is to actually have a charter where you're going to put a lot of this together. So if you think of the charter as we take the bylaws as it relates to town government structure, and you take the special acts as it relates to that town government structure, and put them together in one thing, that's a document. You're still going to have some bylaws, but you're going to have a lot of that in one place. Because that place will define the structure, create the offices, authorities, accountabilities, and procedures and as well. So what it will do also is clarify, it helps us make it easy to understand the structure and the function of the town and how it operates in one place. We'll write it in a way that we can do so that's understandable, so you don't have legalese in it. It'll be organized in a very clear way, and will clarify roles and responsibilities, which I think in and of itself, given what we've heard, will go a long way towards streamlining our decision-making process. It'll also increase transparency of town government to those we serve, and it will require public reporting, ethics standards, financial controls, and have accountabilities associated with those things in a very clear way, so people will know who to go to. Lastly, and very important from our stakeholder interviews, it'll give us the opportunity to reduce potential conflict by defining authority and clarifying roles and accountabilities for our government boards and officials. So the topic areas other than them are here. It's pretty straightforward. You go from legislative to executive, the financial procedures, elections, and that sort of thing, referendum and recall. And then at the end, there's going to be a transition portion, which will go through how you get from where we are today to having the charter take hold. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take the input that we're gathering through the town survey, incorporate what we hear from the input sessions like this in the board and committee meetings. We're then going to go to town council for legal review. There we'll finalize the charter and create a report that go together, and those then go on to the select board for review and approval, from there to town meeting for our January town meeting. Now, I just said that in one sentence, and it sounds like, okay, it's going to go from here to here to here. There's a lot of activities that obviously will take place in order to make that happen. Once we have those approvals, the charter will go to the legislature for approval and ultimately to the governor for signature. Finally, after the process is complete, and based on the recommendations from any of those parties, it may go to the voters for ratification. That's not a requirement, but any of the bodies, the select board, town meeting, or the legislature can say, we want this to go to the town for ratification. If that happens, it doesn't go to the town until after everybody's approved it. So it goes to the legislature first. If they're going to make any suggestions for changes, then it comes back to us so that we don't go for ratification until we have a done deal. So that was a lot faster than last night. Now we're going to go into the potential recommendations.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Why would you go for a town election after the governor's already signed it?
Because that's the legal process we're required to go through.
They may order us to do so.
It's basically in that circumstance, it's the population ratifying or not ratifying the outcome of the charter.
Well, I guess just from a operational standpoint or an outcome standpoint, if the governor signs off on something, then chances are the citizens of the residents of the community are going to agree with the governor. And so therefore, you're kind of like saying, it's almost like closing the barn door after the horses left.
Right. And Greg, this is, I don't pretend to make sense of a lot of government processes. And this would be one where you
That's all I needed, thank you.
All right. Thank you. I hope each other questions are as easy to answer. So anyhow, after a really thorough review and a lot of discussion, we looked at those chapter things, and we have things like executive branch, legislative branch. Well, guess what? Those were multiple meetings. We had people come in and speak to us who were in those roles, interacted with those roles. We had boards come in and speak to us and committees come in to speak to us so we could really understand what they did, who their critical relationships were, and how they interacted. In addition, Collins Center also did additional interviews with other bodies like financial analysts and stuff like that, so we could understand those processes. So it's been pretty extensive. The committee decided early on that we would recommend that Burlington continue to have a representative town government with a select board form of government. So we're not going the city route, we're staying town, select board, town meeting. So once that decision was made, the first area of discussion was the legislative branch and town meeting. So in that, we're going to recommend that there's no change in the number of representatives per precinct. There was an analysis done of the, how many people ran for office for each of those over the course of like 5 years, and found that it was competitive, and so we figured that was the right number, and we're going to stick with it. We also have affirmed the responsibility, power, and authority vested in that body. So we're not, everything is the same in terms of town meeting. Additionally, we've clarified the language about how frequently town meeting meets, and if you've read it, it says something to the effect of town meeting shall be a continuous body, but it may adjourn for periods not to exceed 150 days. And we're changing that to what it actually means, which is 3 times a year, May, September, and January. You had a question, Greg?
I do. Town meeting.
Yeah.
So if you looked at the Cadillac woman with Burlington Buzz.
Nikki.
Was it Nikki? Yes. She sent her summer, her summer newsletter out, and at which it had the town meeting attendance.
Yes.
And it was like 96 for the first one and 73 and 70 or 77 for the second and the third.
Yeah.
I think that one of the issues that we have with town meeting is people can take it or leave it. People can take or leave their responsibility when they get elected to it. And I think I would like to see something that has more teeth into, if you're signing up for town meeting, you need to show up. I think there just needs to be more teeth in that.
They said that last.
Yeah, this is a hardy discussion.
So
I had.
No, I know, no, but I'm validating, I think a lot of people are in agreement of.
First of all, you're going to hear that, I mean, we heard it already, town meeting needs to show up, that was the feedback. Last night's meeting, loud and clear, and one of our recommendations for town meeting is, we're going to have, obviously, we will be making recommendations, it's not in a charter, and there's nothing in the charter that we do, but in terms of the rules and regulations and that sort of thing, we will probably be recommending that there be a committee formed to deal with the issue of attendance and then people leaving. The other thing is that people have come to me and say, I can set my clock by the people who sit in the back row who are going to get up and leave between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Doesn't matter what's going on. So those are the kinds of things that.
But I heard that, but there is part of that, like, if I get up and let's say I leave town meeting, every time I've ever left, I go home and turn it on my TV, but if our part has already been heard, how
No,
late
no,
do
but
you
she's talking
expect-
about town meeting
I
members.
know, members,
They
but
need
I'm
to
just
vote.
saying,
But they have to vote.
You gotta vote.
If they're not there, they can't.
You know.
If we leave, it's not a
But
big deal.
That's why I think it's a big deal for town meeting members.
Yes.
About the remote stuff.
I agree.
Like, so
Right.
that they could sign up, because some people have children, some people
Yeah,
have.
so there are two issues. One is people who go there and they leave early because they're going to leave early, and then they're shirking their responsibility because they're not there to vote. Then there's the issue about should we have should we have people being able to participate remotely? We've already voted on a bylaw that has passed town meeting that said, yes, we have, but it hasn't been approved by the legislature yet. So that's done. That is done. It didn't say everybody. There's a limit and there's a process of how you do
Yeah,
it.
they can't do that all the time, but if there's a.
There's a limit to how many can do it, but that is already in the bylaw. So that is not something that we were looking to change, because it wouldn't go in a charter.
So,
But let's, I want to be respectful of your time, and we have a few more things to cover. And so on town meeting, recommendations for how we can make town meeting better, when we get to the end of this, I want all of you to give me that input. But let me get through, because you might be asking a question that I might have an answer for before we get there. Does
We
that
can hold our questions.
sound fair? I just, again, if it weren't so late, I love talking about this stuff, if you want to
Hey,
be
I
here.
have a Zoom at 8 AM, so I don't mind being up all night.
That's fine with me, yeah. So anyhow, we're going to reword the thing about how frequently they meet, and then it won't be in the charter, but this is like in the recommendations, like bylaw recommendations and other recommendations that we would recommend that the town meeting handbook, which is woefully out of date, and it really needs to be upgraded and professionalized, that would be something that would happen. And finally, that this most significant change that we're going to recommend is that town meeting moderator go from a 1-year term to a 3-year term. The reason for that is not only looking at other towns, but also the fact that in order to be a moderator, you have to take classes, you have to take tests, you have to qualify, you have to learn a lot of stuff. And to have to run for re-election every year is undue, I think, in terms of
Can we
that.
give them a raise, too?
Not unless they give us.
Not part of our,
Not part of our
purview.
Not part of our purview.
Town meeting could take that up, probably.
Yeah, well, I would bring that to the Rules Committee. We are going to propose that we change the name of the Ways and Means Committee to the Finance Committee, which is what most organizations call it. And it also is easier for our residents to understand what it is, because nobody understands Ways and Means.
It used to be called Finance Committee.
Right. So we're going back to the future. Potentially, also, we are considering recommending that the capital budget, considering to recommend that the capital budget committee fall underneath the finance committee, because it's an overlapping responsibility. You have the same people going to 2 different meetings, presenting the exact same thing, going through questions, going to get more information. And it seems like it's, not respectful to the people trying to present, but it also is not effective or efficient. We are going to propose that all town meeting committees stay in the bylaws. It will not be in the charter. So we'll list all the committees in the bylaws. However, we're going to have a recommendation that there is a comprehensive review of all of those committees to make sure that they're doing what they should be doing, B, they don't have things on their responsibilities in the bylaws that they're not doing, and if they do, they get rid of them, and C, do they even need to exist, or are they redundant? So that would be a recommendation, again, not in the charter, but not. And then in terms of referenda, we had a long and rigorous discussion about whether to change the criteria for referenda, and we've decided at the end, we voted to keep it as it is. Okay, now before we go into select board, anything else about town meeting?
Yeah, real quick. Somebody last night, when I was leaving, had an idea they mentioned for a low-tech solution to tracking town meeting members, and that was just you have to sign in, you should sign out. That simple.
I love that idea, and
It wasn't mine.
And fewer people will leave if they have to sign out.
Right, and that's something that I suppose the town moderator could probably just do, and as he is on our committee, I think but he doesn't represent the town moderator on the committee, he just is on the committee. I think it's something that we can just
Still there,
mention to him that came up.
even though you left.
Okay, you ready to move on to the executive?
Yes.
Okay, so Select Board, we're going to recommend that the terms, number of members, and responsibilities stay as they currently are outlined in the bylaws. There will be no proposed changes to the role elected boards play. but we will be proposing additional language for all of the boards and committees so that when, to assure that the number of members that are up for reelection, the wording is consistent for each board and committee, which it is not today. So the intent is that you never want it so everybody's up for reelection at the same time, and that you have some carryover and you can kind of transition. So we're going to change the wording so that that occurs and make it consistent throughout. We're also going to recommend that the ethics standards currently outlined in the bylaws for just the planning board be applied to all elected boards and committees. So it's going to be in the kind of preface of all boards and committees, holding everybody accountable to the same ethical standards. Additionally, we're going to recommending the elected boards and the town clerk remain elected, so no change. So that was one of our things we want to look at. Should there be some boards that are appointed and not? There was a lot of discussion about some of them. Others were pretty clear. We looked at other towns,
There's a criteria chart.
we had a criteria chart of what's the criteria to be on each board and committee. And at the end of the day, after a lot of
That
thinking about
question
it.
went to the town anyway about the elected officials. That went to the town.
Yes, it did.
People
And
don't
I am
say,
happy, and interestingly enough, in the town survey, it was like over 50%. It was like by and large, the majority of town people in the survey said all the elected boards should stay elected boards. So that affirmed what our recommendation is, which is great news. Okay, now we're going to move into the town administrator, which is actually the area where we have the most areas of potential change. Oh, gosh, what happened? All right.
You got fancy.
I did. I tried to take out the reveals because I thought it'd be quicker when I talk to you guys, but anyhow, first is an employment contract. We're recommending that an employment contract for the town administrator happen rather than the indefinite term that's set by the select board, which is the wording that's in the bylaws right now. So this would govern the town administrators, their employment, their compensation, their conditions
So
of
they, like,
employment.
Reappointed, in other words? Is it like they'd be reappointed?
No, it's just when when you first hire somebody. Now, we already have one, but again, when we look at these, we don't look at people in roles, we just look at roles. So we're saying, as a town administrator, there should be an employment contract with that person
Just
for
like
that.
Eric Conti has one.
Yes.
The superintendent of schools has a contract.
Yeah, but there's an
Town
end date to
administrator.
it. This says indefinite.
No, that's
No,
what it is.
no, that's what it is right now.
So
It's
is it-
changing it. The
what?
term will be defined in the
In
contract.
the employment.
Yeah.
But what is the term?
Like, so.
That's,
That is going
Something they would.
That will be determined.
that's for the select board, or they would
to,
determine.
legal counsel, that's a negotiation. That is, the only thing the charter is going to specify is that there will be an employment contract that specifies the term, the pay.
What happens to the person, though, if the contract, let's say, has an end date?
They
renegotiate. They can renew.
They either get
Just
renewed.
like with Eric Conti. He has a contract, maybe it's 4 years, or maybe it's 3 years, I don't know.
It's a rolling
how many years
three-year
it is.
contract.
I think it's 3.
And then when it's coming up, they renegotiate, and he gets a contract for 2 years, or 3 years, or
Right.
however long.
So there's a renegotiation, and which means, if things change, if the role changes, if the compensation changes, if they're not happy with the performance, there are a lot of things that can go
Well,
into
I'm
that.
asking that question only because, at our place, if you're not reappointed, so to speak, let's say your contract ends, it just lapses, you lose your job.
No, that's, it's
It's different, though.
Yeah,
it's an employment, yes, it's one of those things where it's pretty traditional that if, for some roles, that there are employment contracts. I've had them in my professional life, and that it sets the expectations, you know what you're going to get paid, you know what you're responsible for, and then before it's over, if you're smart, you start negotiating for your next contract in advance, and then you get the next one. So it's just it's a widely accepted way of
It
having,
sort of keeps you on your toes, a little bit.
well, if that,
Who's going to be I don't want to get too pedantic about this, but you also have to look at the other end of that, is what's going to be the cost to the town if the administrator's not fulfilling their responsibilities, and they have a 3-year contract, and the town wants to get rid of them.
90-day notice.
What's that?
Well, I think that, let me get to the, I mean, we're going to talk
Well,
about
that hasn't
termination.
been written yet.
No, and generally in those contracts, there's wording around performance, there's wording about deliverables, there's a wording about standards that they need to maintain, there's stuff so that, the town has some protections, and you structure these contracts so that the town has protection as well as, I mean, obviously, you want the person coming into the job to have some protections as well. But that's all within the body of the contract.
Okay. Which has not been written yet.
Which has not been written because we've never had one before. In terms of the job, there's expanded authority over budget, procurement, bylaw recommendations, and facilities that will extend to the whole town with a carve-outs for school department, school committee, and housing authority, which by statute, there are things that they have to do. From a capital planning perspective, the administrator will prepare the rolling 5-year capital plan, working with the finance committee, and which also includes the school department. And then we're officially designating the town administrator as the chief procurement officer. Right now, the town administrator is acting as the de facto procurement officer. We don't really have an official one, so this will fix that.
Betsy?
Yeah.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
When, on the previous screen, it says that person, the administrator, is responsible for bylaw recommendations. Is
Yeah.
that general bylaw only, or is it zoning bylaw as well?
Right now, it's general.
General bylaw. Maybe we could specify that.
Okay, let's make a note
Thank
of
you.
that. Yep, thank you. Okay, so then moving on to the next. From a financial perspective, the town administrator would prepare an annual operating budget for the town, again, except for the schools, because there's a separate process for the schools. Would prepare a townwide property inventory for everybody in the town, including the school.
Yes, yes.
Would prepare an annual financial and administrative report. That's a new thing that we don't have now, so that's a new responsibility. From a policy perspective, town administrator will prepare, implement, and ensure compliance with town HR and finance policies, again, except for the schools because they have their own. Right now, as you know, the town administrator negotiates all the union contracts, so that's, that still happens. And also for the entire town would be responsible for the IT implementation and compliance of IT policies, and that's for the entire group, schools included. In addition, the town administrator would have the authority to appoint or remove department heads, officers, employees, except for town accountant, treasurer collector, town council, and school committee. Those are by statute, that those are under the select board for some, and the school committee, sorry, it should be, I don't know why the school committee is there, that might be wrong. But the important thing is that the administrator cannot appoint or remove staff serving elected boards without the board's prior majority approval. Additionally, we're adding a formal annual performance review, which has never been a requirement, but we are adding that as a requirement. And that gets to a little bit about the contract, performance, all of that kind of stuff. And I would assume that in an employment contract, that if you have to maintain a certain level of performance in order to get whatever it is that you are going to get. And then finally, we're going to have a formal removal process. The last section has been added to both protect the town and the rights of the town administrator. The outlines the process for removal, which includes the option for the town administrator to request a public hearing, and removes the 90-day notice severance, which is currently in the bylaws, because that will be in the employment contract itself. Finally, importantly, in the unlikely event that the town administrator is suspended, an acting town administrator would be appointed so the town is not left in the lurch in that situation. So that's it, yeah.
Prepares the annual financial administrative report.
Yeah.
How is that different than the current annual report in the big book we get?
I think that, I think a lot of it is going to be the same, but he does not have the authority to actually now do that. He does, I mean, you have what is, he's authorized to do, or that role is authorized to do today by bylaw or stat or whatever, and then you have what actually is happening in common practice. So there are a number of things that are happening today that technically the town administrator doesn't have the authority to do.
So you're formalizing what he already does in some instances.
In some instances. For example, this is something that Liz and I talked about, is calling department head meetings to start to coordinate and collaborate across the town, right? There will be in the charter, that will be designated as one of the responsibilities that this person has, so that person has the authority to say that people actually have to come, rather than people saying, sorry, too busy, not my priority. It will actually.
So is this going to
empower them.
include the police and the fire chiefs?
Yeah, what they do now. Yeah, he has authority there now.
He has authority there now?
Yeah, he does.
Quick question. The annual performance review, is that conducted by the select board?
Yes. And then one of the questions that came up was whether the town has a performance review policy, annual one, and the town does.
They do?
It's policy 3.3 something.
When was it updated last?
Huh? I don't know when it was updated, but I do know that it's there because I got asked the question and I did the homework and found out. But I think they call them rules and regulations instead of policies, which is something that somebody should change. That's just awful.
We call our things planning board rules and regulations too.
Well, policies are, a little bit different, but yes.
I just want to interject real quick. Speaking of planning board rules and regulations, it's 10:55. According to the board's rules
Yes,
and
we do.
regulations, the board
Yes.
must make a motion with
To
the
go past
majority of the
11.
board to meet past 11 o'clock.
Yes, we do.
10:56, just putting that out there.
Yeah, we do. We need, someone needs to make a motion to do that.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Say
Abstained?
no.
5-1-0.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, please go ahead, Betsy.
Well, now it's up to you to, this is the part where we really want to get your questions and your input and
And also
your
from your
thoughts.
experience, like things that you were like, oh, I wish someone had looked at this or
Yeah.
formalized this or
Well,
made this clearer.
Is this gonna deter, like, an administrator from wanting the job, though?
I think this is normal for most towns.
Well, two things. In talking to both the consultants and then the people who I know who are in those roles, that having an employment contract, having a formal removal process is something that is good.
Yeah.
Because then they are not going to be subject
So
to
a lot of
arbitrary and
places do
capricious
it.
kind of, management by temper
I think
tantrum.
it's considered a positive thing to have an employment
I-
contract.
Is
Right.
your salary negotiated in that?
Yes, that's in the employment contract,
Okay.
right.
They might like that.
So it's kind of professionalizing and formalizing a number of things that happen today, but at the same time, preserving, for example, the rights of the elected boards to, select their own people, kind of thing.
Well, I mean, I saw the presentation last night and made comments then, so I don't have anything to add now.
You were out when I did mention that the comment that you made about when a board position is vacated.
Yeah,
It
it's
is,
confusing right now.
it's on the agenda for our administrative
Thank you.
meeting, which is not this next one, but probably the one after.
Thank you.
Great call out.
Anyone else have any?
Greg?
Greg?
So when you talked about the code of ethics,
Yep.
does the select board have something different now?
What do you mean?
There's nothing formalized.
There's state requirements that
Yeah.
everyone probably in this room has signed up for, and we're all subject to those. But our bylaws explicitly, for this committee,
For planning board.
have a they have a call-out, which is almost like a smaller section of the ethics standards that you would have to follow anyway for the state. So technically, everyone's actually already covered by the ethical standards that are put forward by the state that we all have to agree with. But we thought it was important to make sure that it's there, a little bit more present in the charter, and make it more clear for everyone involved that that's what we're
Does
expecting.
that include the select board then?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All, it's all,
Well, yeah,
I
that's-
said
that's a good
all
point, though.
elected boards, all elected boards and
Yeah,
committees.
they are considered an
Because
elected
it was
board, yeah.
basically saying, like, we have, even though technically everybody has to do it, it was being very specific on, like, expectations need to be super clear for planning board and wasn't super clear for everybody else. So it was just
Okay.
making everything equitable.
Consistent, right, consistent, right. Yeah, Barb.
Trying to remember how to phrase it. So, one of the things I've often wondered about, and it falls under the umbrella of ethics, is the whole, all the ethics or the rules around recusal. And this board, I think, has been really good about recusing. I don't see that happening in other boards in town where there are clear conflicts of interest. Is that something that can be addressed through your ethics?
I think that the whole recusal, I mean, if you go, you go through the ethics training that we all went through, and it talks about when you need to do
Right.
that and that sort of thing. So everybody is covered by the same rules. The charter itself is not going to change those rules or go into the depth of detail about what those rules are. But everybody who's in an elected position, town meeting members, et cetera, are subject to those rules. And so if somebody violates it, and then somebody files a complaint against it, then that's a
Yeah.
problem, and that person.
So, the answer is no.
No, I mean, it's a matter of if,
Right, who enforces those policies?
enforcing
You
the
know, is it
policy?
an individual who files a lawsuit? Is it an attorney
I
general
think that's the
who?
problem, is that in order
you know.
for it to be enforced, someone has to
somebody has to.
file a complaint.
Yeah.
I've played,
Which nobody ever wants to do.
right.
Somebody has to administrate the rule?
Yeah, is that possible?
Like,
I didn't
could
hear
there
you.
be- Could somebody
Could that be the
administrate?
responsibility of the administrator?
I mean,
If it's from his or.
Yeah, I think that's a question. I'm not sure where the administration of that conflict of interest happens, but we can certainly ask. I think that's a good question for the town administrator and town council.
I think it's important.
I agree with you. There was a lot of questions that came up about town meeting, because town meeting often, you have people who work for the town, and we're voting on the budget, or they work for the schools, or voting on the
Or
schools.
have a family member. 'Cause we
Family
also
members.
Dug into that, it also was like,
Yeah, we-
there's like financial interest with
So,
family members.
so there's a carve-out for town meeting.
Yeah, that's important to note.
Yeah.
Town,
So
it's
town
elected
meeting-
boards are the things that are
I'm not
specifically.
talking about.
I know, but I just was
Different.
taking
But
it.
that's important because it
But-
makes it harder.
How do I say this without?
I think
There
that,
can be issues with people who are on elected boards who have conflicts due to their job or due to their family members. And those things are routinely ignored.
and that is something that I think we should make note of in
Yeah.
our
that
notes
Russell
here.
Should make note of for our next meeting.
Trying, trying hard.
And I'm listening to him to
Since I'm
type.
usually the note taker, I'm looking at you, Russell.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I think we should take note of and talk to our friends at Collins and just ask the question about how how one deals with that within the charter. If one doesn't, then the question goes to who
Responsible.
who is responsible for the enforcement, and what is the process for the enforcement? I mean, is there a reminder of people? I don't know what it is. We need to figure that.
I mean, in some manner, if I remember the training correctly, in theory, it's like the state, I don't know, the state police, the attorney general, someone could bring charges against an individual.
But it takes somebody to file a complaint.
Right.
And that's the issue, because nobody wants to be the bad guy.
The state has a lot of rules that family people can't work with each other.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot of things to protect that with the state.
Right.
But, Brenda has said on more than one occasion that working on this board in particular is a labor of love because of the amount of time it takes. And as far as, when you want to be not nobody wants to be, but whenever you get selected to be on a jury, and you walk up in front of the judge and they say, is there any reason why you can't be objective on this? By us putting the emphasis here on, the recusal, are we almost saying you're guilty until proven innocent?
No.
Or should it be a conversation ahead of time of like, if your brother is involved in this, shouldn't the conversation happen before the vote that says?
It does. People recuse themselves.
No, I understand that, but we're not talking about people recusing themselves. We're talking about slapping them on the wrist when they don't.
No, I'm not. I'm actually talking about making it clearer to people under what circumstances they must recuse themselves.
They must?
If
or
anything,
should,
the
or-
charter language is also to help the public understand that people are accountable for those things, right? Like,
But we're not going to go into that kind of detail. It's
Right.
going to have that, an ethical statement, it's probably a better way to say it, in there under all boards and committees, so that people are, the people who are looking at this know that people are accountable for.
This is not the appropriate
Right.
process, and you've answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments? Yeah, Greg?
So one of the first things that you had mentioned, one of the biggest issues that you've seen was the silos.
Yes.
No, because
How does this address the silos?
Part of it is by giving a town two things. One is being clear about accountabilities, and so that the town administrator can actually do things like call an all-department meeting. To me, that's like such a simple management thing, that you have a department meeting, you've got DPW and planning and everybody in a meeting together, and you find out that the recreation special event is going to be the same day that the DPW is digging up the road for a new sewer, so that you can't get into the road. I mean, it's just a silly example, but things like that happen all the time when people don't talk to each other and they don't know who's doing what. Or you find out that there's a common problem across the organization that needs resolution. So
We'll all come up with our own ways of dealing with.
and then everybody is figuring it out, and then it's very inefficient. So those kinds of things will be solved by structural. So there's structural things you can fix. There's accountabilities that you can fix, where people understand what they're really responsible for, and where their roles are defined, which is helpful to everybody to know what it is you're supposed to be doing and not supposed to be doing. So I think, to a large extent, the charter will help do that. But again, come back to the fact that right now, if you want to know the answer to that question about ethics, are there standards for ethics, where do you go? Yeah, I mean, what's a person to do, right?
We don't have to take a test every year.
Well, I know, I'm talking about real people, like people who live here, not people who are dedicating our lives and are geeks and this stuff, right? But, so it's a communication, it's a place where everything is in one place, it's going to be easy to understand, And,
It's a good idea.
Yeah, but that,
and it's our constitution, and we don't have
There's
one
a
now.
lot of like, oh, well, they should have reached out to us. Oh, they should have told us that. Oh, they should have given us a heads up. And this is literally saying, this would say, for example, town administrator, it's your job to make sure these people are connected and understand what's going on.
which then begs the question, if the town administrator, how many people work in the town other than the schools?
So what I found, so I didn't know anything about the town before I started on this committee a year ago. Now I know a lot. And one of the things
I
that.
think you actually called me and interviewed me.
Oh, it wasn't me, I wasn't on that subcommittee.
Okay.
But
We're not
if you
telling,
saw the road
we're not
sign-
telling
oh,
who
yeah.
we're not telling who got interviewed, so don't,
That's a good point. The interviews were meant to be private.
nobody knows.
Nobody gave me their name.
No, no.
Well, you might know all right.
Yeah, right.
Go
They
ahead.
mean they don't want the general public to know who was interviewed.
Right, we
You can know
interviewed
who interviewed you.
at random. Crushing it. Okay, so.
Let's try to.
In the case where the town administrator has some authority and responsibility over portions of the town, over sections of groups, and largely the wording in the bylaws is around groups that are organized underneath the select board. So it's sort of like this, there's a great org chart that's
Yeah.
out there that you can find that's like, okay, so the town administrator might already be organizing all the people that they have sort of, I don't know, written authority for. And it turns out they're also doing their best to organize across the town anyway, because we have great people in the town. That's one thing that we found is that it's actually awesome. The problem is we might not have an awesome person 10 years from now, 20 years from now. We don't know. So we're trying to identify the things that are working well and codify them and make sure that, okay, there is clarity about it is the town administrator's responsibility to coordinate everybody.
Right, and I understand all of that. My only question on that is if this seems like it's a much more formal, therefore going to be more of a rigid process, which means he's going to take a lot more time with this rigid process. So is there going to be things that are being removed
We're not
from
defining the
his plate?
process, we're defining responsibility.
Yeah, it's accountability, Greg. You got to look at this. This is not, for example, the town administrator is not going to go out and recruit new people.
No, I know that.
The town administrator has a human resource department who's going to be doing that, who's developing HR policies. The town administrator is responsible for that. Town administrator is going to be responsible for IT policies, cybersecurity, all of that. Accountable for it, not necessarily doing it, but accountable for it. So it rolls up. So that at the end of the day, you have somebody who is accountable for all of these things that are really important for the town, that the person has the authority to actually make things happen. So take the budget, for example, the financial thing. You said, well, doesn't that already happen? Yeah, but he doesn't technically have the authority to actually do that today. He's doing it, nothing's changing, but he doesn't have the authority, written authority, to interact with anybody who doesn't report to the select board. But this is going to give that role, that authority to do it. It'll make it far more efficient, it'll make it far more accountability in terms of the process, and actually should improve the process and streamline the process. So it's not adding bureaucracy, it's streamlining something that already exists.
Okay.
And I'd encourage you, if you talk to anybody who's in that town administrator role, and they will tell you that having it specified what authority you have in what areas actually makes your job a whole lot easier.
Makes sense. Clarity.
So, anything else? Any other questions? If things come up, we have a website. The charter is, every time we update a draft, it is posted on the website. We have a new one that's probably going to be up by next Tuesday, so save yourself some reading if you want to read it and wait until the new one's up there next week. We also we have a FAQ area up there, so that as people are sending emails in with questions, we answer them, and then we're putting the questions up there because you figure if one person has a question, somebody else is going to have a question. So we're trying to keep those up to date as well. If you are part of any other committees or groups, and, which I guess you probably wouldn't be because you're so busy with this, we're trying to get in front of as many of those as we can. So please invite us in, and
We will.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Betsy. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for staying.
You were very patient waiting all this time.
Yes, thank you.
The
Thank
one
you for
other
the
thing I just need to say about this committee, because I just think they're just amazing, is that we've been meeting every 2 weeks for a year. And that does not include the subcommittee meetings that are meeting on the off weeks, or the prep time, which takes multiple hours, which you guys understand, given what you need to do in this committee. So I would say that it's probably an every week activity on the part of this group of
Very,
people.
very hardworking committee.
So,
Yes.
Thank you for letting us see what you do
Yes,
tonight. I
and I'm
really
sorry-
appreciated it.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to rush you off, but we have more items on our agenda we have to.
Oh, my
get through,
God.
And
Oh, we
it's
do?
11.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. So. Yeah. Thank you so much.
welcome.
All right, next up on our agenda, sorry. Potential town meeting zoning items. Can we whip through these pretty
Oh,
quickly?
yes.
Thank you.
So we, so 49 Middlesex Turnpike, that is Ned's going down towards the Market Basket Plaza. It's like
Yes.
a tiny sliver. They're working with another company, they might get bought out, that is going to change the use. They would like to go from an IG use, which is what it is currently, to a BG use, which is what everything else is, so.
Yes.
Is that Ned's
Makes
gas
sense.
station?
Yes,
Yes.
Didn't we do this a couple years ago?
We
and
did
then-
it for the Market Basket Plaza,
Right, we did.
so yes.
So it's, this
Technically,
is
yes.
kind of, this is
ADU
good.
bylaw housekeeping. So we did our ADU bylaws about a year ago. We got feedback from the state. They liked some of what we did, but they thought that there was some stuff that needed to be, that you kind of didn't conform with their rules and regs.
Okay.
So we are going to, housekeeping,
Okay.
we're gonna update that to make sure that we check that box for the
Mm-hmm.
state. We're still plugging away with animal-related uses. I know Betsy has been talking with our, well, we've all been talking with Land Use Committee,
Mm-hmm.
including ZBRC, and I want to make sure you guys are involved in the conversation about making sure that all three, everybody's on the same page before we go to town meeting. I was reached out to by a town council who, hears from building enforcement and all sorts of things. She would like to see the language in the zoning bylaw regarding enforcement, regarding what the building inspector can enforce, to be updated so that
Oh, I
there
think that's
is
great.
more, it's
Good.
clarified.
Good.
So that's upcoming. We're talking about a wall art, definition of wall art, since we've seen a lot of successful murals come up, and so we want to talk that
Right.
through.
The building inspector requested that.
Yeah, so it'll be great.
Just for clarity.
For clarity, but I mean, it goes beyond. I know that enforcement, one of the things that is the Airbnbs and short-term rentals. And so this, they want to make sure that he has everything in his power to help, because we've had a lot of complaints. And they're really hard to enforce. Lastly, we are talking with, in contact with Melissa Tintalkis on Economic Development, Mark Vaughn and Melissa Cushing at Reamer and Bronstein, and myself, and they have kind of, Mark Vaughn and Reamer, their client is one Rounder Way, which is a triangular lot off of Wheeler Road that is it's a 2-story commercial site. It is Class C office space, so it is, older office space. This firm bought it. They were going to do, move their headquarters there and do drug discovery. And the drug discovery, the market went.
Custodian wants to know what to do. They're supposed to leave at 11 and lock up. We've stayed past 11 before.
He gets overtime.
He gets overtime. Sorry. Her, okay.
Is it,
Oh, One Rounder Way is the Crate and Barrel?
No, it's not.
Oh, why is that coming up? in-
It's off of Wheeler Road.
It's going to Miller Road.
Yes, I have it up here on the map as well.
We won't be much longer.
going on?
It won't be much longer.
No.
until,
We're whipping through it as fast as we can.
What's going on?
I know. Okay, yeah. They're looking, so it's Class C office, and, the office market is not what it used to be. They're having a hard time using it. Again,
It's a very
life science,
difficult
it's
site,
a
yeah.
difficult site, and so they're looking at ways to diversify. One of the things that they have looked at is the potential for allowing mixed use, so allowing housing there as well as commercial on the first floor. And not specifically at this site, but kind of looking overall at a lot of our Class C office space that is not going, in the current market, it's not viable anymore.
Yeah.
So looking at other options and allowing some flexibility so that, we don't have these vacant buildings just sitting there. So that is high level. And then the other two items on our agenda,
So just before we move on, do you have enough time to do all of these?
No.
That's a lot.
yeah.
Okay, we'll discuss that tomorrow.
That's why I
Go
said
ahead.
potential.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Making sure we say potential.
Okay.
Potential, okay, theoretical.
Okay.
Eversource presentation to the planning board, they had originally they wanted to come to this meeting, they'd already been to the select board.
Yeah.
And so they are trying to get materials together that are more planning board related, so site plans and all that kind of stuff. So we're working with them, they're gonna reach out to us and we're gonna talk about what that looks like. And I think that at this point, we can give the MassDOT project, we can talk about that at a later date, it's a long-term thing.
And just the one last thing to follow up with Eversource, and I know I said it in the announcements, but there is a public meeting that they're hosting next
Eversource.
Wednesday. Eversource,
Everything.
I was in touch with their community relations person, I'm gonna have something posted on our socials early next week as well to, hopefully spread the word. It's gonna be a Grandview from, I believe it begins at 6 o'clock. I know I will plan to be there as well, to kind of, hear what the latest is from them. As Liz said, they were in front of Select Board earlier this month, and they will be in front of you guys. I think we'd
On
be
the
here until 1 o'clock, maybe tonight if they were here. So maybe it's better in the long run that they come to the next one.
They should have showed up. We could have gotten killed 3 birds with 1 stone tonight.
So,
Or punted them all to the 16th,
yeah.
further discussion.
Yeah, the meeting that
But-
16th looks busy
Yeah,
now.
quick question on the 95 and Route 3 interchange. Is there any pre-read or any basic material on a high-level background?
So I can share the slides. So basically they, yeah, and I can share the slides. They,
Yeah, just the website's fine.
yeah, we went to a meeting last week where they had representatives from MassDOT. They showed a number of projects in the region, and there was a couple that were based here in Burlington. There's kind of some restriping and kind of changing up the interchanges there on 95 and Route 3 to kind of clarify that as far as,
Don't get the people excited. It's
nothing-
nothing major.
Bike lanes, they're putting bike lanes.
No.
I see the
Put that in
support
the meeting
posts on
notes.
Route 3 as I drive.
Yeah, so it was just more of an informational that this is, MassDOT, this work is ongoing, that there is a plan in place. They are working off of real plans that
You
have,
could send us all the website.
yes,
Yeah,
I
that's
will.
essentially it.
Yeah.
They're moving Jersey barriers.
Okay,
Okay.
So I just want to make sure when people go by there that they know what the work was
okay.
leading towards.
Great.
Thank you. Anybody have anything else they need to bring forward?
Motion to
I'd like to
adjourn.
make a second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained? Yes. Brenda is never going to let me live it down.